Hello! Hi, Chapel Rampers! Hello, Chapel Rampers! Hi, Chapel Rampers! Hi, Chapel Rampers! Hello, everyone! Are there any rabbits in the house today? Maybe a couple, maybe a few? Hello? Can you guys hear me? Welcome to another Twitch-only stream, guys. I had a little bit of a mistake with my scheduling. I was supposed to have a collab today. Turns out I scheduled it completely wrong and the collab is tomorrow. So now I'm kind of just hanging out here and I don't have anything to do. So I'm like, you know, instead of like not streaming today, how about let's watch some stuff together. Let's look at some animal videos and just hang out here. You know, do something humble and fun together, and then I can upload this to my other channel and it'll be fun and everything. So yes, hello Twitch champies, hello there. I hope that this is okay for everyone and that you're able to get sorry, ignore my my thing right here. Sorry, I was just looking at some otter stuff. You know how it is. Hang on a second. But yeah, sorry, that's my mistake. I hope that's okay with everyone. I'll just watch some stuff today. If you have any videos you want me to watch, you can link them. I might not watch them, or I might. We'll see. It depends, because it's not a guarantee that I'll watch all of them. But I want to watch some of them. So let me just have a little bit of coffee. And then we'll get into watching. Oh, we'll just hang out. I hope everyone's doing good though, and that everyone's having an alright day. I feel kind of bad. Where was the notification? I don't know. I mean, you might have to turn notifications on. I think there's a specific way to do that. When you follow someone, or is that only YouTube? I don't know. Oh, and I wanted to mention something new at my Twitch channel as well that you guys might have not seen yet. I have a featured clips page thing now on my channel. That's a new thing. So if you guys end up clipping anything, I'll be able to see it, and then if I like it, I'll put it on the featured clips page. If you check the homepage, you should be able to see that, if that makes sense. Yeah. What if we watch Warhammer 40k videos? Yeah, we could. With Games Workshop, no, they wouldn't fuck me for that, would they? Surely not. They're nicer than this. Just give me a second. Just let me have a little scratch. Little coffee. Well, let me just wake up, because I'm still kind of shook, because I thought that I'd be doing a different stream today. And when my schedule kind of goes off course, I'm like, oh, so I just need a minute. Okay. Can we start with this other video though? Because it looks kind of good though. Okay. Look, it's gonna be others try their favorite food as homemade jerky. You guys wanna watch it? Just a quick little trick first. And then maybe we'll watch some Warhammer stuff too. Actually, no. Yes, I'll watch this and then we'll watch some Warhammer stuff, because I do wanna, if you have any specific Warhammer videos that are entertaining and tell me more about the lore but not spoiling anything, please make sure to snaz them in the bread or something. I'll give them a watch. But we'll watch this first, okay? So they're trying their favorite food is homemade jerky. Homemade jerky. So anyway, this is Hannah, and she trying a jewelry. She said, "Is that a jewelry box?" She's so dumb. She doesn't know. No, it's a food dehydrator. We'll make snacks for the otters with this today. Oh! Apparently, dehydrating food is a really good way to keep it for a long time. I've seen channels with hikers and stuff who like dehydrate their food so they can have it like really light to carry around with them every day and stuff. It looks alright actually. Like if I was to try any any meat, I would definitely try like salmon like this. I definitely would. I like a good bit of salmon. I like the idea of it. My dad likes smoked salmon, and whenever I smell it, I'm like, that doesn't smell too bad actually. If I smell something like chicken, I'm like, ugh, I don't really like the idea of that. It sounds a little gross, to be honest. But with chicken, with salmon, I'm like, that doesn't sound too bad actually. It's for otters, so no seasoning. Oh yes, no, they don't like the seasoning. My spade. Oh my god, Hannah's so upset. She wants a treat. She wants a little taste. Oh no, let her eat it. Oh, there she goes. Poor thing. She was really upset. She's like, why are you being horrible to me? That's what she said. 10 hours? Wow, I didn't know that. Huh? Look, you go, huh? I don't know what happened. Yeah. She's whinging 24/7. She's just like me. She's smelling it. Why are you synthesizing? Very curious, young chap. Healthy jerky. They're confused. You don't know what's going on. Look, and Hannah don't know what's going on either. I'm a huge jerky fan! Yeah, of course you are, Hannah. She's whinging again! When's it going to be ready? She's so me. She's like me. 9 more hours. That's an eternity. ... She's so upset. Look at her. She's still waiting. Not yet. 2 more hours. Oh, let her have a little piece. No, it's heavenly. Let her have a little piece. Imagine having to deal with that whinging for like 10 hours. Isn't it ready? Not yet. This is me waiting for dinner. I'll eat it half cooked, no prob. Yeah, but Hannah, that's not gonna be jerky. I just need a taste. Oh. She's like, please, please. So just sleep tonight. She probably had like food earlier today too. She probably ate a lot today. Help an otter out. The next day. Oh look, she's so excited. It's ready. Oh, it's finally complete. Oh, the jerky. What concoction is this? Or they're like, oh, jerky. I said, look at the snoof. Listen to the snoofs. Oh, this is handmade jerky, Hannah. Oh, there she goes. She caught it. She's so confused. She's like, why it not taste like? Why it not the same texture? She's very doubtful and confused and a little upset, I think. Oh. Is this jerky for real? For real? Maybe the smell's almost gone. Try a bite. Yeah, just try a bite, Hannah. Come on. You'll like it if you try it. Oh, there she goes. Just a taste. Oh, it's good. Oh, yes. Oh. This is salmon jerky. Oh. Oh, she quite likes it actually. My schnoz doesn't smell salmon. Oh, come on then. Give it a try. Yes. She doesn't want to eat. Oh. Ooh, didn't like it. We tried scallop. Well, they're probably like, why is it like plasticky and hard? It's a tough cookie. Well, nowadays giving it a try. I'm not a dried scallop! Don't call me a dried scallop. I'm a rabbit, not a dried scallop. That's not nice to say. Guys, that's actually how I eat my crackers. I love the snooping sounds. Look, Hannah's whinging about something in the background. Why is she so upset? Why does he put it in the water? What's he doing? What's that for? Why is he being Mr. Messy? Why did he do that? He's trying to re-moisturize it? Yeah, he doesn't like that it's jerkied. H2O is the way to go. What's she doing? We made all this food. I want to get them to eat it somehow. Hannah ate salmon. She's still whinging. Oh, now she eat it because she know it's salmon. Eat real salmon. She loves that it's real salmon. Salmon! Oh. Oh, she got so confused earlier. This is such a good revelation. Well, so I guess there's no way to re-moisturize it after it's been jerkied, right? Not interested. He doesn't like that. He's like, I want to swim in the pool, not eat right now. She's got it in the bag from here on out. Oh, you boil it. Oh. Yeah, but then it's not fresh anymore. Oh, she likes the salmon jerky these days. Yes, I am the one who eats. Oh, she loves it. Oh, look at that nice scratch. Oh, that's a good scratch. Ooh, what a good scratch. Guys. Oh, chicken. Chicken. What's she whinging about in the background? Stop whinging. Look at it. I love when she like eats it. She's like, like that's not him. That's her whinging about something. Is that how you eat? Yeah. We want Katara to try it somehow. Oh, that's like me trying to get him. My dad should maybe try to feed me in the bath. Maybe that will help me eat. This is literally what my dad does. Like he puts a basketball hoop in the bath to get me to get in there. Ooh, Kiki, look, basketball hoop. How many hoops can you get in the bath? And then, oh, then he finally ate it in the bath. Huge success. That's the trick. What? Oh, he accidentally put it in the water. Was that an accident or not? Was it an accident or not? It may seem there's not much reason to dehydrate. But dry food's healthier with no additives. Is it? It can be stored for a long time. Yeah, this is true. That's what I've heard about dehydrated food. I've never had it before though. The only dehydrated food I've had is those like banana chips. Oh, and they're so good. I love banana chips. Look at her! She, give it to me! She's so silly. She's so silly. Why'd she do that? She's crazy. Oh. Just like how he grew to like sweet fish. He loves his sweet fish. What a baby. Oh, guys, I wanna get the merchandise. Yeah. Wait. Where's my bread? Where is the bread? Yes. When we are eating at my mom's, the doggo goes to her to ask for some scraps, and when she had her fill, she comes to me to ask for some, or vice versa. That's so silly. Yeah. I think you'd enjoy salmon. It's really good, especially as sushi or sashimi. Make mama proud. Yeah, my mom likes sashimi. I bet you'd be uber smumble afterward, like I ate some meat. Yes, I probably would. I probably would. I feel kind of bad, but I feel like if it's like, I'd feel less bad eating meat if it was fish, I think. Like, I feel like I'd feel really guilty if it was chicken. But I do want to try seafood. And I know that they say that, like, prawns and shrimp are like the bugs of the sea and you shouldn't feel bad eating them. I still feel bad. How many hoops in the bath did you get? Usually on an average bath hoop, like a basketball session, I'll usually go for like maybe like 30 hoops. And then what I'll do is I'll like lean back like really far in the bath and I'll try to throw it like as far as I can, like that. And I'll throw it and I'll see if I can get it in. And sometimes it gets on the basket and it like bounces out and I get really upset. Yeah. But sometimes I do a slam dunk. It depends on how I'm feeling that day. Yeah. Yeah. One more of these. Let me see. Let me just have a little look. Otis Squad's Wild Summer River Adventure. Can we watch this one quickly? Oh, thank you very much for subscribing. I appreciate it. Yeah. Wait, the digits of what post? Oh, nice quad. Nice quad. If Kiki understood our conversations would look like. Hey! I love this photograph. Is this real? Bun bun, bun bun, bun bun, bun bun, bun bun, bun bun. Oh my god, this is a mandatory watch for 40k. Oh, Mechanicus trailer. Oh, okay. Wait, I'll watch that in a minute. Let me just have a little watch of this one because I like the older videos. They're always a good start to the day. Yeah, but I feel like I got like a new PNG stories episode. Honestly, from the from my bath, from my trip in the bath. I feel like I got a good story ready to go, ready to snaz. But I don't know, that's just me though, that's just me. Yeah. Anyway, let's watch this. That's Katara. Springs Village, Tanzawa, Day 2. Metana. Ooh! Oh, that looks so nice! That's so nice! The day starts with a bath. How's the volume, by the way, guys? Let me know. Oh, and he always does this. Jacuzzi jet physics. It's a bath for humans, but we were given special permission. Oh, that's good, that's good. Oh, imagine you're like, can my otters go in the bath? Like, would you mind? I'm bringing otters with me. Holy shit! Wait! Otter's first live loach fish hunting birthday surprise? Guys, we gotta watch this after. Lurch Gang, you've met your match. You've met your match. It's pet friendly. And there's a beautiful river close by. It's our favorite place here. Oh, look at them. Oh, I love this place. These two get nervous in new places. But they've been here a lot until it is here. Oh, that's nice. It's our vacay home. Oh, look. I love how they dry themselves. First shoe bills, now this. Yeah, I'm so excited. Maybe I should eat a loach. Oh, why is he going through the bag? You don't need skincare products. Why are he going through the bag? Naughty. Dad! Oh, those look so good. What have you brought? That would be tricky, like eating and then you got this auto whinging. And like, can I have a try? Like when you're trying to eat. Can I have a try? He says. Oh yeah, what did he have? Give Kataro a meal. Oh, he get nice. Oh my god, look, they're all eating together. Oh, look, he got so upset he accidentally dropped his chicken piece. Oh, high five. High five. He's so cute. Imagine, guys, eating dinner and then you got your otter friends and then they eat at the table too. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Yeah, hope you know the food. Nom, 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 nom. Why is she nom nom nomming today? Do you let little Mandalay eat at the table with you? That's a good question. I don't let little Mandalay eat at the table with me. Just because they're too little, and you gotta be careful with those babies, and also they don't like being up that high. But what I'll do is, say if I'm eating a snack or if I'm eating a piece of fruit, what I'll do is I'll cut it up into like pieces. Like, okay, say if I'm gonna have an apple, I'll cut like 2 apples up. Like if I want 1 apple, I'll cut up 2, and then I'll put it in a bowl, and I'll lay on the floor, and I'll eat it on the floor. And then the rabbits, obviously seeing that I'm eating apple, will come up to me and they can eat it with me. So they get like a piece each of apple, and then I have my apple, and then we can all eat together. It's quite nice actually, because you see their little eating sounds and they get so pleased. And actually a way that rabbits will bond with each other is by eating together. It's such a good way for rabbits to build trust. So it's really nice to do together. It sucks because rabbits can only have certain foods. If rabbits could have like different foods, I would eat dinner with them every night, because it's so nice and they're so cute when you're eating. Yeah. Oh. We're going to swim in the river to meet with Ati and Uri. Oh! What is assemble? Guys, assemble! I think it's hot outdoors. Well, it's good that they'll be going to the river then. Oh, excuse. Do you guys like these videos? I love these videos so much. I hope you guys like them too, because I really like them. I think they're so fun, and I like that they always got a story. It feels like I'm reading a book. It's so hot. I had the barbecue. Oh no! They're like real babies. Oh, look at them being real otters. Oh, in the river. That's so good that they let them do this. I can feel like real babies in the town. They love being... This probably tuckers them out. It's so good that this is the correct way to keep otters. To be like this. I love the way they go through the water. They look so cool. Yeah, the current is strong. But it's good they can swim through it. Ooh, don't slip! Ooh! Sea babies. Wow, look at the way they swim. They swim so amazingly. Oh, sorry, no. But yeah, let me see if I can turn the quality of this video up a little. Here we go. Maybe 2. There we go. That's better. Sorry, guys. Yeah, it got a little crunchy. Ooh, look at that! They love being under the water. Look at the way that the water interacts with their, like, fur. Isn't that interesting? It's almost like a layer that forms above their skin. Wow, they're so cute. I wish I could swim like that. I actually haven't swam in a long time. I would like to swim again. Because swimming is so nice. And we don't talk about swimming enough, like humans. We should all swim more. Because it's like such a cool human thing that we can do. We gotta swim more and we gotta climb more. You can swim in your bath? Well, I can, but not like... I can swim in the bath, but not like properly. Like, not like I can move around and do laps. You know, like you can in a pool. My auntie's got a pool. But, you know, obviously I can't just like drive to my auntie's house. At least Sam is a kid. Last time I was at the beach is like 2 years ago, I think. But even then, when I'm at the beach, I don't swim as much. I like putting my little feet in the water and looking. My favorite thing to do at the beach is I like looking for shells and seaweed and cool rocks and stuff, and I collect them in a bucket. And then I show my parents, I'm like, guys, look, found a cool rock, look. And then I'll make a sandcastle and I'll decorate it with all the cool like shells and stuff, because I like making sandcastles. But I think if you make a sandcastle from one of those you know those like molds you can put the sand in and you like dump it over to create a sandcastle. I think if you do that, you're not a real sandcastler. To be a proper sandcastle builder, you got to do it from scratch, in my humble opinion. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe going. I mean, there's lots of swimming places around that I could go to. I just get nervous. I don't know. I feel so uncomfortable and just bad being in a swimsuit in public. It makes me feel uncomfortable. So if I was to swim, I would rather do it at like a family's house or something where like I can be like kind of more alone, because I always feel like people are looking at me, which I mean, it's not like I'm like, oh, like great or anything, but right now with the way that my body is, to be honest, I don't feel like it would be good to go out in a swimsuit, because I don't know, I feel like people would really judge me. You know. But maybe I also feel like, I don't know, I'd feel bad. Maybe get one of those inflatable kiddie pools. I've always wanted one of those. I have like a little, like a teeny one. I want like one of the ones that is like kind of more like a proper pool. Like the ones that these otters have actually could be nice. Like what they're whinging about. Hey! Are we over here? Ooh! Ooh, he wants a pat! Otters travel in groups, so they look out for buddies who fall behind. Oh, that's so cute! Oh, they're like, don't fall behind. It's probably good for them that they get to swim up a current like this. I would love to go to a river like this. Oh, thank you for following. Thank you. Yeah, I would love to go to a river like this. Would be so nice, actually. I'd love to like lay down like that in a river. Oh, the friends are here. The friends are here. Hello, good day. Hannah is a bit bigger than Kotaro. Well, interestingly, with a lot of animals, the women are generally bigger than the men, because they have to carry babies. Actually, same for human females. Technically, even though like we've decided that, and I don't disagree that women look better when they're smaller than men. You know, a lot of the time, women generally carry more fat on them to be able to carry a baby. That's why we've got wider hips and generally will carry more fat because for like the babies and stuff. So that's why you see a lot of other mammals, the women will be bigger than the men. Yeah, or like a little chubbier. The girls are still a little upset, but they're better than yesterday. Oh. But when Ati gets close to Katara... Oh, rah! Ati! Oh. Permission to board? Denied! Why she get so upset? Guys, what? Broke the plank. Yeah, 20% fat is natural for women, 9% for men, yeah. Well, Hannah doesn't want to... This is what I'm like when girl get close to you, Champy. I go... like that. I like, go away! Why are they smelling each other? Okay. Like that, and I go, nom nom nom. No! No, she blows! Oh my god. Dinks. Oh my god! Corgi! Oh my god, Jasmine the dog! Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Swim with us, you salty dog! I love the captions today, they're so silly. Why is there a salty dog in the river anyway? Why are they catching each other? Hey, cut it out! No snooping the baby. No snooping the baby. Yeah, well, I know who's gonna mark. Why are you dragging him away like that? Hannah's gonna be pissed. You're the biggest thieves. Look at the doggy. No, don't leave! Don't leave! Aww. Why is she leaving now? You're going like the wind. Guys, that's what's the Loach fish hunting birthday surprise. Guys, it's the Loach birthday surprise. They're going to be catching the Loach for the birthday. Yeah. I think Hannah and Katara are babies. I don't know. I think they're husband and wife though. I think so. I think so. I'm not sure. I don't feel comfortable without my shirt. Ditto. I'm on the stockier side. Endomorphic, some would say. Oh, there's nothing wrong with being stocky. There's nothing wrong with that. It's fine, okay? But I mean, like, yeah, I mean, for me, if anything, God, I don't know how to say this, but it's hard because, like, I feel like the way that my body looks, it would be bad for people normal people that are going to these swimming centers just for swimming. They probably wouldn't want to see someone like me there because, like, I don't know. My sister sometimes says if I'm wearing something like shorter or smaller that I make her feel sad or like sick. So I don't want to make other people feel sick by like wearing a swimsuit. But maybe that can be a goal for when I get better. I can go, so I don't have to feel embarrassed. Well, it's hard because, like, I understand, like, no one wants to see someone that has sticking out bones like mine and, like, kind of my kind of body. It probably makes, like, people feel, like, yucky. So, but it's okay, like, I don't mind. I'm working on getting better anyway. Yeah. That's a damn issue. I just don't want to make, like, well, I mean, the thing is, there's a lot of kids that go to, like, the swimming places, those swimming places, because they have swimming lessons and stuff there, and it's mandatory for kids in Australia to get swimming lessons. But the thing is, I don't want kids to have to see someone like me. I don't want to, like, I feel like that would be unfair and selfish to do at the moment. I don't know. Not like, I'm not, like, self-centered and thinking that everyone would be looking at me, but, like, I don't want to make anyone feel bad when they're trying to have a nice time with their families. You know? Yeah. You could always do private lessons with a female instructor for exercise. That could be nice, yeah. That would be really nice. I'd like to do that. A little bit. But also I'd feel so nervous in a private lesson. Because I'd be the only one there. And, like, then what if I make a mistake? Then everyone would be looking at me. Well, then, because I can't pretend that I didn't make a mistake. Yeah. But I don't know. I'm not trying to say that I'm ugly or anything, like in a bad way. Oh, by the way, I went to that lady yesterday, for eating stuff. I got a little I talked to her yesterday. It's always so good. I learned so much about myself, and the lady that I'm seeing is so intelligent. And she can tell me, like, the physical reasons as to why I'm feeling the way that I do. and can give me like logical answers. Like, I think she's noticed straight away, and as far as her style goes, she's very good at like, yeah, giving me like, I'm less about like, oh, I feel bad, or like, you know, or like mental health or whatever. I'm more like, I want a logical reason as to why I feel this way, and a way to be able to fix it, or something to think about to help me. And I'm gonna have to be logging. Um, I was thinking about something. And if you guys aren't comfortable with this, that's fine. But I thought maybe something that could be, and I don't want to involve you guys in this if you don't want to be, or but I thought it could be good if because she said from next week I need to start logging my food, um or start writing down my food. So I feel like it could be cool if I like told you guys too, so to keep myself like accountable and stuff. I know that's like a lot, but it could be cool to do. And then eventually, say if I eat something really yummy, or if I make something, because I want to try to cook, I I'm I could tell you guys how I made something, and then I can do rap a recipe, and I can tell you guys the rap a recipe that I made and stuff. Yeah, eventually, because something I want to do is try like cooking. Um, okay. Well, I'm supposed to be starting next week, but yesterday I'll tell you my Subway order if you guys want to get a Giggle Subway. Um, so at so for the Giggle Subway order, I really like the rye, like by accident, because I didn't have any wholemeal bread left at Subway. I ended up getting the like rye, like the rye and sourdough bread. So not sourdough, sorry, like the rye bread instead. I wanted to get the rye bread, and I was nervous to try it, but it was so good, and now I always get rye bread. It's really good. I get rye bread, and then I'll get in the Subway. I'll put cucumber, um tomato, and I usually ask for a little extra, because they don't put enough tomato on, and I like tomato. Spinach. I like my spinach. I ask it for a little extra spinach too. Um, and then capsicum. Um, tomato, capsicum, spinach. Sometimes I'll ask for lettuce, but honestly, I like spinach way more than lettuce. Um, I like spinach a lot more. Um, and and sometimes I tend to not, but sometimes if I'm feeling like extra fancy, I'll get um I'll get uh um I'll get like avocado. I'll get avocado on it. Oh, and something else. I know this is just an Australia thing. But however, something that something that you can get at Subway here in Australia is you can get carrot in your Subway, and I usually get carrot in mine too. Yeah. Told you to gamify eating in calories, which should have included writing everything down. Um, okay, so about that, the person that I'm working with specifically told me not to count calories, because it could be bad for me. I don't want to count it. I just have to tell her what I had. So if you guys, if you guys, I would really appreciate if you guys didn't say any of the calories, just because it would be bad for me. Um, but as far as like, um, Sorry, I get nervous talking about this. But I understand what you're saying, but she said that it would be a bad idea. Because I can sometimes get obsessed with like routine things. I get very obsessed with routine if I let myself. And I know I'll like say, okay, I can have like 1,200 or something, for example. I don't usually, but let's just say that's the number because that's and then what I'll do is if I go over that, then I'll freak out. I know that. Like I know that in my like that I'll freak out if I go over it probably. And then I also need to have my ensure drinks. Well, she said I should be striving for one meal and a snack every day to build it up. And I'm like, okay, so well she said have dinner and supper, and but don't confine yourself to that if you can have more, but that's like the bare minimum you should be having, which I didn't do yesterday. I wanted to have a snack, but there was nothing in the house. So she said, well, that's too bad if there's nothing in the house. You need to take initiative and make yourself a piece of toast or buy yourself something. That's too bad now. Or have a piece of fruit. Can be a snack too. I didn't. Oh, by the way, just so you know, yesterday specifically, I had rye bread, cucumber, tomato, spinach, capsicum, and carrot. I didn't have avocado yesterday. I didn't have avocado. Yeah. Always ignored calories. As long as you exercise and eat healthy, you're golden. Yeah, I'm trying to focus more on eating like more colorfully. So not just eating chippies or crackers. Trying to have like vegetables and stuff. I love vegetables as well. I really love vegetables. Yeah. But anyway, sorry, I'm going on a tangent. But yeah, anyway, that's a trick from the I know I love my chippies, but if I need to have my chippies, then I need to have something with it. But it's hard because I have a thing with eating like 2 different meals. I don't know. Like, for example, if I have chips and then I have like a salad on the side, well, that's 2 meals then. That's what my brain does. Not that there's anything bad about that, but I get really like nervous. I get nervous because I can't have them together. I gotta have them in separate bowls because if they touch, or if I'm having them at the same time, then that's too much for me personally. But apparently I need to stop saying that. I can't do that. I can. I'm just saying I can't. I actually can. I usually say I don't do that or I can't do that, but I gotta not say that anymore. Because that's not true. That's not true. Because that's like, that's me telling myself that I can't, and that's stopping myself from the opportunity. But 1,200 is like an extreme weight loss diet. Yeah, sorry, no, I was just doing an example number. Sorry, I know normally it's like 1,800 is normal to 2,000. I do know that. Sorry, I was just giving an example. But I gotta be careful, guys. If you guys are like, oh, why don't you just like build to eating 3 meals a day? I gotta be really careful because otherwise I can get refeeding syndrome. So I gotta be careful with eating, with not eating too much a day either. If I can work my way up, work my body up. Anyway, sorry. Nice step by step. Little baby step. They call me baby rabbit. They call me baby rabbit with baby step. Oh, and something interesting she told me yesterday too, that I didn't know. This is a physical and psychological thing that I had no idea about. So I was telling her, because I'm very open about all my habits with her, and I told her about how I have all these rules for myself around food and things I gotta do before and after I eat, and like how tiring it is, and how like it's gotten worse and worse over time. And she said to me, "Oh, well, actually, that makes total sense because when your brain is starved, we see it with people with eating issues that, or even without eating issues, you know, this is interesting. It doesn't matter if you had eating issues beforehand, but if your brain is starved, then for some reason it will fixate on ritualistic behavior, and um, which I didn't know, but apparently it's something that, like, yeah, apparently it's something that she sees all the time, that as the brain's starved, it does more ritualistic behavior, um for some reason, to continue it. um I didn't know that. Yeah, I didn't know that, but she told me that it's very common. And um yeah, anyway. Sorry, I'm sorry if it's like too much information or it's stuff that people don't care about. I just thought that it was interesting for me because there's some stuff that I actually didn't know. Yeah, yeah. And you know what I did? I put the shopping away yesterday. Um, and because my mom got groceries, and then I was putting it away. Um, and usually if there's a bag of groceries and it's got, and again, please don't make this into a joke, okay, but if it's got a bag of cheese in it, then I won't touch the whole bag because I get scared, like touching the bag. But today I touched the stuff that was touching the bag, and I didn't even wash my hands until like a few minutes after. I let myself sit with the feeling of feeling gross and scared for like 5 minutes before I washed my hands. which is scary, but it was good. Yeah, it's a really strange feeling. And then I don't want to touch anything because I don't want to spread it. But but I didn't. But I just stood with it, and then I washed my hands, and then I felt better. But I did touch the stuff around it, and stuff, which is nice. Yeah. Anyway, that's a little giggle win for you all. Sorry. Um, I get nervous even talking about it. I'm getting there. Okay. Sorry if you guys feel like I'm talking about this stuff more. It's just I didn't talk about it before because it was so normal. All the things that I was doing, I was so normal, and now I'm trying to like actually like break myself out of it. So I'm kind of fixated on it because I'm trying really hard to stop it. So I hope you guys don't mind these kinds of talks. But anyway, yeah. Anyway, you guys want to keep watching the video now? That's a nice giggle win for you all, though. You can all see that as a giggle win. Yeah, yeah. When you're inside an Australian girl and she says, "Crikey, mate, you're a bloody legend," and you start picturing a lifetime of wearing flip flops and eating Vegemite sandwiches. What the fuck? Actually, it would be wearing thongs, but you know. What if I say, "Crikey, you're a bloody ripper"? You're a bloody ripper, mate. Anyway, so look. It's kind of silly these people are dying out there, but here I am telling a grown woman I'm proud she touched cheese, and I mean it. Oh, thank you. Guys, look, it's their birthday. Look at the birthday breakfast, everyone. We're eating sushi. Oh, happy birthday. Did I know it's the birthday? Oh, he's eating so fast. Queen Hannah the Devourer. She is a devourer. Wait, look. She looked like she got little, you see her eyes? It looks like she got little, eyeliner on or something. Like she got little eyelashes. See that? Yeah. That's just stupid. They don't know anything about my day. Don't say that. Did you even see her? She went, watched in between the squeak. She said, "Meh, meh, it's my birthday, meh." Look, she got little eyelashes on. Oh my god, there's more? She's whinging already! Where's my Cersei? Here you go. Need something to jam in! Yum, 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 yum. Oh, they're having birthday breakfast together. Guys, they're having birthday breakfast. Birthday breakfast. Daddy the spot. Oh, straight into the pool. You gotta wait before you go into the pool. You gotta wait a little. After eating, you gotta wait like 10 minutes. What's that? Oh my god! Oh wow. A traditional Japanese lodge. What? The birthday lodges. Oh, Champy, Champy, it's the birthday lodge. It's the birthday lodge. They're safe to eat. It's the birthday lodge. Oh. Oh my! Look at the birthday lodge! Raw and wiggling. You just dove right in with the specimens. You don't know. Oh my god! Listen to that! Listen to that! Listen, listen. She winced while her face was in the water. She's whinging with her face in the water. Listen. Yeah! Ooh, the luge! So this is a luge. It's slimy. Hannah! Look, she's crazy! She loves the loaches. Loaches! Putting one in the pool, Champy. Look, you go in the pool. Got him! Look! Bye, Mr. Lurch. Bye-bye, Mr. Lurch. Bye-bye, Mr. Lurch. Run, run, run! Mr. Lurchy Poo! Mr. Lurchy Poo! Run, run, run! Mr. Lurchy Poo! Haha! Oh, thank you for following. Thank you. Haha! Mr. Lurchy Poo! Haha! the lurchy boo. Oh, they eat on the shore. Ooh, look at his hands. Ooh, lurchy poo, it's time. Oh my god, look in his mouth. It's a mouth lurch. Why are you carrying a lurch in his mouth? Oh, it slipped underneath. He's curious about loaches. But he doesn't want to eat them, he's just curious. Oh, he's gonna put it back. He's putting it back! What? He's putting the loach back. Oh. He just wants to swim with the loach. No, don't listen to him. Don't listen to him. Don't listen to him. Don't listen to him. Don't look at that. He's trying to put back the loach Hannah took out. What? Guys, don't watch this. Don't watch this. Don't. 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 Don't watch. No, don't watch. Don't. Yeah, they're not even good enough to eat. They're pooey. They're stinky and pooey. Ew. Ew. Ew, it stinks in here. Ew. Ew, it stinks. Ew. So many, this is mayhem. Mayhem! Oh. It's more tricky. Yeah! Yeah! Yeah, Hannah, eat it! Yeah! What? Wait, don't put it back! No putting it back. Stop crying, Zampy. Stop crying. Stop crying. No crying. Guys, don't watch. Loach Taro. Oh, he became a loach. Wait, excuse me? Excuse me? No, this can't be happening. This can't be true. No, they're not enlightening. It's not true. It's not true. Yeah, good job, Hannah. Yeah, good. She's terrible. Didn't. Yeah, she's taking that one to go. She's taking that one to go. Okay. What they getting for a present this year? It's huge! What? Eh? What is it? Is it a pool? No! Tell us! Tell us! What is it? Oh! Happy birthday, Hannah! She's beautiful. She's beautiful. Oh, excuse me. Guys. Wait, what the hell?
高校生の時によく聞いてたサム・スミスさんとまたよくなる。一応バイオパークの周りには柵があります。船内には柵があるので、万が一でも一応止まるようにはなっています。まあだからゆくゆくはもうそうやってエリア拡大していきたい。をさせてみた。
Wait, shush.
初めてのお散歩シリーズ。
Let's see him. Oh, it's a beaver. Oh, look, he took a tree. Don't say he's fat. Oh, you can do it, Mr. Otter. Let him. Sorry, beaver, not otter. He's building a dam. Let him. Okay. They're a very intelligent bloke. Oh, there he goes. Smart boy. You're very smart. Oh, well, yeah, that's his ladder, so probably shouldn't be eating that, but you know, he does what he can. Gotta nibble his teeth. I suppose. Sorry. Oh, he's so strong. Oh, careful! Oh, don't drop it! Oh, let's see, did he ever finish his build? He shouldn't be eating that, naughty boy. That's so funny, I like that video. You crazy boy. The beaver does not walk like me! It does not walk like me. Oh wait, I'll watch one more animal. Wait, hang on. Wait, let me what is this video? Hang on, let me find it. Yes.
Kibble and meat.
Sorry, ad. Okay, I was just copying it over. Have a look.
Check out a brand new toy at PetSmart.
Wait, what? At PetSmart? I think I've watched this before, but I love this video.
Now before we go in, I do have to explain for anyone new to the channel, we would never recommend an American alligator to be a pet. We didn't even want one. She kind of fell in our hands.
No, you did want her.
Kept her in a 4-foot wooden box for the first 27 years of her life.
27
We've had her for 5 years.
years.
She's 32 now. But because of being neglected and kept in such a small enclosure and only being fed every other week, she's severely stunted. And while she was growing, her snout would hit the sides of that box, and that's what caused it to curve upwards like
No,
this. Because of
poor
malnutrition, she
baby.
developed a health issue called rubber jaw. So basically her jaw became flexible and now it's permanently deformed. So again, we do not recommend an alligator as a pet. However, she's now our family member and she always will be for the rest of her life. So we're gonna spoil
Oh,
her.
she loves that
Well, with that out of the
scratch.
way, let's head on in.
Look at
and let
her,
pick
she
out a
loves
toy.
that. Oh, it's so nice that she's able to walk around now. Ooh. Excuse me?
Okay, we've made it to the dog toy aisle. Here you go. Now, things we're gonna keep in mind when we're letting her pick out a toy is that we want the toy to have something for her to hang on to with her mouth so she can kind of fling it around. It also can't be too big for her, and we want to make sure it doesn't have pieces that could possibly break that she could swallow. Like, we're probably not gonna get her something like this because I just worry that she could bite that and then we'd have a foreign body inside of her. So we're gonna let her choose to a point.
She's having a look. Yeah, she's a lollipop, literally. What does she want?
This, Rex? It's an alligator toy, or this one. Alligator toys.
She does not like the alligator toys.
No,
Ooh,
she
she's
doesn't.
like, I do not look like that, she says. I do not look like those toys, she says. Ooh, is that how big I'll get someday? Better start eating my vegetables. That's funny.
Ooh. Do you want one of those? Oh, do you like those toys? That might work.
What does she want? It's probably a bit tricky to walk in that store. It looks a little slippy. I wonder if she had to like learn to walk. She probably would have had
so
to.
What's coming to mind to me for her, if you want something that's interactive, something like this could all bounce right back and forth with her.
We would, but she's already got a wobbler.
Does she really?
Yeah, it's her favorite toy.
That's awesome!
She loves a wobbler. Excuse me, why is she stomping through the store like that?
Oh, that was a lot of work.
That was, she had to walk half an aisle.
Yep, rest break.
Nom nom nom. Oh, thank you for following. Thank you. Ooh, that seems like a nice one for her. No! I hate that toy. Did you see that? Did you see that?
Apparently she likes it.
You want that toy?
That's her.
Is that the one she wants? Oh.
Aw, do you like your dinosaur cousins?
Oh,
Rex,
she
we have set up your
does.
final choices in front of you. Can you pick your favorite one? Go to your favorite one.
I knew that one would have
She
been good.
Wanted on it.
She grunted on this tire toy. Okay, I think that's a good sign that
I
this is
knew
what
that
she
would
wants.
be a good one for her.
I have your toy. It's okay. All right, we have her favorite toy. There you go.
You put her
She
on the
chose it
counter.
herself.
You're good.
Cool.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye, Rex.
Well, we've got your toy. Now let's go home and you can start playing with it.
Wow. Yeah, oh, she's paying for it. Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess she had to pay for it somehow. Did she bring her credit card or not? Yeah, I like that face she made. So cute. Back at home.
Okay, Rex. Go back in your room.
Oh, that's
You know where
Rexy's
your room
room.
is. Go on in. Your lights are off. I'm sorry, it's late. There you go. Go back in. Go to bed.
Oh, poor baby. There you go.
Good girl. So it's pretty late. We had to do a couple programs afterwards. So I'm just gonna put her to bed for now, but I'm gonna wait until she wakes up tomorrow because she's pretty exhausted. Yep.
Oh,
This is where
she's
she rests after I
tired.
bring her places. She's got the
Oh,
foot kicked back. She's ready for bed. Good night, Rex. I'll
oh,
give you your
she's
toy tomorrow.
tired.
Okay, Rex. Here's your
Oh,
toy.
look at that turtle in the background. You see
Here.
that?
Get it. Aww. Get it. Get that toy.
Don't eat it, actually.
Don't try to eat it. You can't eat it. Well, look at her just chew on it. Aww.
Try and take it from her and put the wheel in her mouth.
Okay. Hey. Let's try. Let's.
Oh,
That's very clear.
Tug of war time.
Oh, jeez. Wow.
And Emily gets splashed.
Wow, I'd say she likes it.
And
That's
she stirred
cute.
up all the gunk in her pool.
Aw, yes you did. You're gonna make a mess of that pool.
But that's her toy.
That is her toy now. Yeah, now I have to change her water. Can I take this? I want you to chew on the tire part, Rex. Here.
she doesn't want to.
No.
Try this part. This is the fun part. Try this. Can you let go?
Oh.
Really?
Wow,
You
so
wanna explain the
bratty.
Life with an alligator.
That was a good death roll, though.
It sure was. It's a good thing we have vinyl on this floor.
I don't think she got anything off of the tire. Like, she didn't kill the tire.
No, that's gonna. If that can withstand a death roll, I think we're gonna be good.
Well, somehow we have to get the toy out of her mouth
Yeah.
and give her the plastic piece to chew on.
Yeah.
Or the rubber piece.
If we leave her alone for about 5 minutes, she might do it.
Yeah.
Let go.
I mean, it's really cute what
It
she's
is.
doing.
This is so cute.
Just little splashes. So she finally let go of the toy, and we got it out of the pool. And now I want to know
Oh.
if she will like chewing on the actual rubber part, because she really likes the rope.
Would the rubber
Would you
part be
like this
okay
part?
for her to swallow?
Try this part. Here. There you go.
Oh.
Oh.
Get it! What do you think, Rex?
Ah, it's not as fun as the rubber, as the rope.
Yeah.
Well, Emily, do you want
Probably
to explain what
tired.
you did for Rexy?
Yeah, it seemed like she liked 2 toys. We also
Mm.
bought her the Jolly Ball. We got her this too.
Oh,
Rex, look! We got you
it's the
this
Jolly
toy as
Ball.
well. Do you want to try it?
It's the Jolly Ball.
There. Oh,
Wow, jolly.
nice.
What is she
I'm gonna
doing?
take
Just
over
backing
here
up
and
with
kill
it?
That's the perfect size little handle for her to grab onto.
Why is she backing up like that?
Dragging it to its death.
Are you trying to kill your new toy, Rex?
Aww, she likes that one too.
Oh,
Oh, we started watching.
yeah, you came in. You can't watch me play.
We've been hearing a lot of splashing, so
Yeah.
I think she does like both toys.
I do too.
She's probably
Thank you everyone for
self-conscious.
watching today's video and joining us on our pet store trip with our alligator Rex. Thank you also to our Patreon backers for supporting this channel. Your contributions are what helped pay for her toys today, so thank you very much. You guys gave Rex new toys. But thank you everybody for watching. And
That's
we'll
so
see you next time.
cute. That's so cute. Okay, let's watch some Warhammer stuff. Hang on. Oh, I want to know about Space Marine differences. I'm interested in hearing about this one. Tell me. Tell me.
The Adeptus Astartes, transhuman soldiers that were designed and created to fight for humanity, tall, bulky and better in every way than a normal human. Here in this video we will assess the differences between 3 notable types of Astartes: the firstborn or the original Space Marines, the Primaris, the new ones, and the Chaos Space Marines, the traitors. We will begin with each
Oh,
of their
the
origin,
Chaos
then
ones.
each of their size and design, and then go on to the gene seeds and their weaponry. So let's get to it.
I know a
The
little bit
origins
about
of
the
the
gene
firstborn. The original Space Marines were created by the Emperor of Mankind during and after the Unification Wars on Terra. During the war, The Emperor had subdued the technocratic barbarian warlords by initially using the Thunder Warriors, which are brutish and violent super soldiers that were enhanced via similar ways to the Astartes, but their temperament were unsuited for the wars to come, as well as during peacetime. They were more akin to orcs in their barbaric warlike nature.
What
The Emperor,
happened to
in
them?
one of the few times that proved to be a dark moment for him and humanity as a whole, eradicated the Thunder Warriors
Oh,
in a battle
eradicated
in
them.
Mount Ararat. As to how it is classified, but I can say that maybe the Custodes had a part in it. So from the lessons he learned in creating these Thunder Warriors, he perfected a method and made the Astartes Legions, or also known as the Space Marines. Super Soldier, although a bit less physically powerful than the predecessors, the Thunder Warriors, they were quite the opposite in temperament, fiercely loyal and disciplined with enhanced physical and mental traits. They were created to be the saviors of mankind against the Xenos enemies throughout the galaxy, shining out as beacons for normal humans to look up to. They are barely human at all, but superhuman, having been made superior in all respects by a harsh regime of genetic and somatic modifications, also psycho-conditioning as well as rigorous training in all forms of combat. They were originally assembled into 20 legions, each led by a Primarch. So now we come to the Chaos Space Marines origins, also known as the Traitor Marines or the Heretic Astartes. They are formerly
Traitor!
firstborn or loyal Space Marines who turn to the Dark Chaos Gods. Some belong to the original
That better
Traitor
not be what
Legions, while
Titus is
others come
doing.
from Renegade Space Marine chapters. During the Horus Heresy, they were divided into two factions, Loyalists and the Chaos Space Marines, who pledged themselves into the ruinous powers of chaos. While some worship all the four dark gods, others dedicate themselves to just one. They were led by the fallen Primarch War Master Horus Lupercal and the other Primarchs that joined his side during the Horus Heresy, where they fought alongside demons, dark Mechanicums, and chaos cultists. Exposure to the warp twisted their flesh and armor into inhuman forms. They now seek war, death, hedonism, and power to destroy or corrupt humanity and all other life, unlike their past role as the guardians of the Imperium.
That's such a big change.
Now we come to the origins of the Primaris. These new Primaris Space Marines are very much disliked by a lot of the 40k fandom, mainly due to the perceived notion of them making the firstborn obsolete. Nevertheless, the origins of theirs were supposedly 10,000 years in the making, as of the timeline in the Grimdark universe. They were first developed by Belisarius Gaul using a genetic template of the original Space Marines created by the Emperor. They were then created on the orders of
Wait, why are they gay? Is the Primaris Marines the ones that we're playing as right now? Oh. Wait, and people don't like them? Wait. Updated models? Yeah, but of course over time when the Emperor probably would have... Oh, they're non-Emperor made? Oh. Never mind. That is a little unnecessary. I feel like if the Emperor made an updated version somehow, or made different training or whatever, that would make more sense. But that doesn't make any sense. It was a pretty controversial thing because they're objectively better than the Emperor's Emperor's Marines. A tech priest managed to upgrade on the Emperor's work? Oh. That's bullshit.
Primarch rebooted Guilliman after the second
They've been in a
founding,
coma for
but
10
were kept in
years?
stasis or being developed slowly and steadily and not awakened due to the Primarch's perceived death, and in doing so without him, Belisarius Gaul would definitely be killed by the Inquisition. But when Guilliman was resurrected and became the Lord Regent of the Imperium once again, they were deployed across the
10,000. 10,000. Well, unresponsive. Unresponsive.
galaxy as part of the Indomitus Crusade. They were used to reinforce near depleted marine chapters and also founding new chapters consisting of only the new primaries. Nowadays, most chapters have received or gained access to the primary Space Marines, or have chosen to upgrade certain firstborn warriors to their status through the Rubicon Primaris surgical procedure. Initially, this would not have been possible due to this being perceived as trying to outdo the Emperor's own great work, the firstborn. But Guilliman's resurrection, the Emperor's blessing, and with the Adeptus Custodes actually endorsing the deed, none of the Imperium could oppose it. So let's take a look at their designs, all three of them. The original Astartes stand at a height of between 7 and 8 feet tall, or 2.1 to 2.4 meters on average, with a few exceptions growing taller than the rest. They usually weigh in between 400 to 500 kilograms.
400 to 500 kilograms.
They are bulky and massive, but all in all, appear human in every aspect. Well, aside from the space wolves who have the Canis helix, a DNA sequence that gives them a werewolf-like appearance. The Primaris have the same appearance as that of a normal firstborn Astartes, but due to an additional gene seed called the Magnificat or the Amplifier, their growth spurt is even more enhanced, with them standing more than 8 to 9 feet tall on average, with a few reaching 10 feet or 3 meters in height. Their weight is also greatly increased,
Found a pair of
up to more than
relaxing
600
Reginald on my
kilograms or
walk.
1300.
Oh, that's so cute. I like that relaxing Reginald. Oh, they're so lovely. So beautiful. I love them. Did you say hello to them and remind them about who they were or not? Let me know.
120 pounds. As for the Chaos Space Marines, their design and appearance differs individually depending on the rate of mutation and the amount of blessings they receive from the Chaos entities. The mutating effects caused by living inside the Eye of Terror, the warp, can cause the body to disfigure beyond recognition. It is the effects of the Immaterium that causes the mutations. Many of the Chaos Space Marines have mutated in grotesque and horrible ways that aren't too pretty for normal human eyes to look upon. They are more akin to zombies and monsters than Space Marines at this point, and some of them have their faces melted into their helmets, or even have their faces melted into their bodies, mostly because the blessings from the Chaos Gods is a tentacle or a claw or talons
Someone
or crab
literally
parts
dust
or
in armor?
cancerous tissues. The Space Marine starts to appear more of a demon or an eldritch entity than a human. So that's in short their designs. Now let's look at their gene seeds, the most important parts. The firstborn gene seeds. Well, these refer to the genetically engineered germ cells that develop into organs implanted into an aspirant called a neophyte. The gene seed of a Space Marine was created using the genome of a specific Primarch and is responsible for the physical enhancements of a specific Space Marine. The gene seed was originally cultivated by the Emperor using his own DNA to create his 20 Primarchs. It is a rare and valuable resource that can only be retrieved from dead or dying Astartes warriors, primarily from just the progenoid gland, which is by itself also a gene seed, but also has the ability to produce more gene seeds of all types, which can be used to make more Space Marines. Anyway, these gene seeds carry unique characteristics of a chapter and are vulnerable to mutations leading to genetic flaws such as the Black Rage and the Red
1,000 suns are a mistake, and that they didn't mean to turn all the dudes into dust and armor.
Thirst in the Blood Angels, and could be traced back to their Primarch, Sanguinius. There are a total of 19 gene seeds and new unique organs that emerge from them in the original Astartes. So the Chaos Space Marines. The Traitor Marines have the same gene seeds as the originals, as they were at one point of time, the same as their loyalist counterparts. For legions with stable gene seeds like the Night Lords,
does that mean
they
they're
still use their own collected from their defeated brethren.
Does that mean that they kill each other for their gene seeds? Does that happen? Oh, hi, how are you? Oh, I'm doing good. I've just been playing the new Warhammer game, so I'm doing a little bit of I'm watching a few videos about some of the lore and stuff to learn a bit more about them. Chaos steal them from normal Marines? Yeah, but what about other Chaos Marines? Do they steal them from others? Loyal to civil wars are rare and not to the point of stealing the gene seeds. But the chaos corrupts their gene seeds, so most of them can't reproduce and need to kill loyalist marines. Oh, yeah, this hairstyle new model looks so cute. Oh, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Chaos though needs them to make more. Oh. Okay, that's mean. That's mean for them.
For those with heavy mutated gene seeds, they steal stable ones from the defeated and dead loyal Space Marines and use them instead. Due to the power and the taint of chaos, the gene seeds as well as the entire body of a Space Marine becomes mutated and contorted. While the somatic elements like the muscles, bones, and physique might become greatly enhanced for death and destruction, the gene seeds, however, and many times become affected, corrupted, up to a point where it becomes useless.
Oh.
Now we take a look at the Primaris Space Marines. These new Marines
I
are
wonder
still
how they're
created with
better.
the original gene seeds of the Loyalist Primarchs. Belisarius called, collected samples of all 20 Primarch genomes to improve upon them, and making the new ones near immune to the genetic flaws of the firstborn, as well as being more resilient towards the corruption of chaos. They have a 0.001% chance of genetic deviation with each generation. The Primaris Marines have also 3 additional gene seed implants, and their gene seeds are more stable than all of their predecessors. This brings the total to 22 gene seeds, and the new organs generated from them. And the 3 new ones are the sinew coils, which are metallic coil cables that enhance the tendons and ligaments. The earlier mentioned...
Well, I guess that makes sense, like, if they're trying to make them, like, less, you know, able to be corrupted by chaos, right? Because if you've seen it's to the point where there's a whole new, like, kind of group of them that have been corrupted by chaos, wouldn't you want to, like, prevent that? Yeah. They're even more like clones? I guess so. Yeah, I guess so. Hi! This is fighting. There's infighting among chaos, especially. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. There would be a lot of infighting, because it's like, well, why would they even be loyal if at that point, if they were so, like, corrupted? Yeah. He improved out the flaws, which is kind of bad for flavor, but having the flaw makes Firstborn more interesting. Yeah, definitely. It would definitely make them more interesting, because that's what changes them from being, like, clone-like soldiers, I guess, than what they intended to be, than kind of fellows with their own, like, you know, thoughts and flaws and hardships to overcome. You know, I feel like that's what makes it interesting, you know. Chaos and chaos violence is common, and they don't really die forever in the warp anyway, so they can fight even more freely. Oh. They have their own 4 major factions, plus the ones who aren't on any particular side. Oh, I see. Okay.
Magnificat, and the Belisarian Furnace, which helps in healing and resistance to shock or trauma. Now let's take a look at their weapons and armor. The original Firstborn were generally clad in advanced forms of power armors that are connected to a gene seed organ called the Black Carapace, which allows the Astartes to neurally link his body and the set armor. It is a completely enclosed suit of combat armor composed of shaped adamantium and plasteel plates encased in a ceramite ablative layer. It is by itself a life support system as well. While the older versions have a beak-like protrusion on the helmet, thereby getting the name Beakies from the orcs, the modern versions have a respirator grill in place. The Astartes weapons of choice is the bolt gun, but they also use a variety of other weapons, like all of them, like an assault cannon, las cannon, plasma rifles, and melee weapons like the thunder hammer, the power and chainsaws, as well as power fists and lightning claws. Each Astartes soldier also possesses a jump jet on the back. Now we take a look at the Chaos Space Marines' weapons and armor. While the traitor legions differ in the gods they worship, the Primarch gene seed they are descended from, and being warped and corrupted by chaos, they still wear the same power armor as their loyalist counterparts. The only difference is that, with the corrupting and mutating effects of the warp and the chaos gods, their armor are adorned with horns, skulls, tentacles, and whatnot. While Nurgle worshippers have tentacles, boils, and all sort of disgusting outgrowths, Slanesh counterparts are more into the BDSM, so to say. In short, they are different from one another in more ways than they are from the Firstborn or the Primaris. They also possess all the weapons as the Loyalists, but these are now warped and powered by chaos. And also, there are specific types of weapons granted by each specific chaos god.
I didn't hear him right.
the axe of corn,
Are
the
you
Slaaneshi
sure?
lash of torment,
That's not
and
true.
the Nurgle pandemic staff, just to name a few.
No.
Now lastly, the Primaris
No.
weapons and armor.
No.
So to enhance their capabilities
No.
in combat, if they haven't been enhanced
No.
enough, these genetically engineered soldiers are outfitted
I'm
with
not.
advanced weaponry and
I'm not
armor
going back.
more advanced than the firstborn. And these were created on the Mechanicum forged world of Mars by Belisarius Gaul himself. The Primaris Space
4Ks.
Marines intercessors wear the Mark X Tacticus pattern powered armor, which combines features from ancient Horus Heresy armor with recent technological advancements. Their main weaponry includes the re-engineered and perfected Mark II Call pattern bolt rifle, the new Mark III Belisarius pattern plasma incinerator, and a lot of new combo weapons.
Alright, let's have a look at this. The Chaos Gods are the good guys. What? No. No, not Nurgle! Wait, Nurgle? Really? Nurgle? Surely Nurgle's not one of them. Nurgle is not one of them. Surely not Nurgle. No, Nurgle's not! Oh my god, Nurgle's such an idiot. And he was easy to kill.
G'day guys and gal. Recently we
God.
discussed if there was actually a valid and reasonable justification for selling your soul to the forces of hell. And surprisingly, there actually was for some people. Straight up, many Chaos cultists and even Space Marines join Chaos for a solid reason. You can hate them for it, but you can't sit there in confusion, scratching your balls and then sniffing the hand that you just scratched them with.
What
but
the
like in
fuck?
most situations, it's important
Ew.
to talk about diversity. Each Chaos God is wildly different to the others, hence serving one Chaos God will net you an entirely different experience than if you were serving another.
Okay.
Chaos Gods don't really care about equality. It's not really on their priorities beyond equally accepting and soul raping everyone regardless of their race and gender. So serving some Chaos Gods will net you a better time
Oh my
overall than
God.
serving others. I mean, it does depend on your preference, but there are some
He
pretty
wants
clear
us to
benefits
sell
some
our
gods
soul
have
to
over the others.
chaos.
Before we get started, I want to quickly bring up something that I said a week or two ago. With the new Eldar models being unveiled, they look dope by the way, I'm definitely blowing this month's Patreon check on them. Business expense, you know? I had a keen eye out for the new Margan Ra model, as I said that if it was a good model and a great upgrade on the previous model, which was older than an old man's sack, then I would take down my Space Elf Deathlord that was designed
No,
as a
I'm
modernized
not a
and proportionate
Nurgle.
proxy of the
No.
old model, as well as the artwork.
No, I'm
Here's
not.
the thing. The new Margan
No!
Ra is great, but it feels more like Margan Ra's brother, not him.
Shut up.
They've given him a hood and they've made him more like a speedy, agile dude instead of the unshakable Doomslayer Chad that he should be.
Oh
So
my
as
god,
such,
shut
whilst I love
up.
Let's start with Khorne. As if I mentioned Slaanesh this early in the video, it'll probably get age restricted like all my other Slaanesh videos.
Oh.
In a setting called Warhammer, the god of war features quite a lot, and surprisingly,
God of
he's
War.
actually probably not the worst to join.
Oh.
First and foremost, Khorne isn't a conniving little shit that will fuck you over for a laugh like Slaanesh and Titsnitch would. You know what you're
What?
getting with
What is this guy's vocabulary? Is his name like Corn? Like C-O-R-N? Is that his name is Corn? Oh, like a K. K-H-O-R-N-E. Okay.
with Khorne, no catches or hidden consequences. Khorne isn't big on mutating his followers. He doesn't turn you into a blob or give you tentacles.
Oh,
and
so he's
shit.
not gonna be mute.
Basic Khornite followers will grow larger muscles, denser bones, and heightened senses, but only the most revered and dedicated of Khorne's champions will begin to grow small horns and get a bit more demony. So if you were worried about your appearance changing, Khorne has got your back. I mean, you
Yeah,
might
that
have
would
to
be a
carve
little
his symbol into
concerning.
your flesh, but you know, that's aside the point. The initial stages
Wait,
of
what?
worshipping carve his symbol into your flesh, but you
Oh
know,
god.
that's aside the point.
He'll carve a
The initial
symbol into
stages
you?
of worshipping Khorne are quite nice. Sure, Korn is the god of blood and war, but he's also the god of martial prowess, honor, and bravery. Your initial boons will be subtle and positive. You'll become a better warrior, more confident, a better leader. As Korn also despises magic and sees it as dishonorable, he grants his followers a degree of protection from it. This is how, in fantasy, it took 12 chosen bloodthirsters to temporarily take down Lord Croak, and in an alternate 40k timeline, it was a bloodthirster who was able to strike down the Golden Throne. None of the other gods grant this kind of magical protection that Korn does, hence he is always the one to take down the overpowered magical raid bosses. With a lot of discipline, you can maintain this subtly powered Kornite state, but eventually the bloodthirst will get to you. You'll basically develop Tourette's, but instead of yelling out funny cooked shit, you'll kill something. Kornite warbands capture slaves purely so that during long interstellar travel,
Some
they have shit to
theorize
kill
that
on the way.
Malum
The
Boltgun
point
guy
is
was
that
given
joining
power by
takes a
Korn. Oh
degenerative
god.
toll. Take Khan as an example. Khan started off as a bro. He faced down his sulking Primarch and convinced him to lead the Legion. He became best buds with Argul Tal. He kicked the shit out of Erebus for betraying Argul, and he was overall seen as the spiritual leader of the World Eaters. However, the influence of Korn fried his brain, and it brought him down to a point where he's now a literal mindless berserker. Like he's almost a meme. He never really talks now, kills his own warriors, gets killed and revived, and is in a constant state of rage. He's basically Chaos's version of the Doomslayer. Whilst the Doomslayer is awesome, he isn't a very deep or talkative character. So while the start of your worship to Korn will be pleasant, the deeper you go, the more of your sanity you'll lose until you either die or claim enough skulls to become a demon prince. In saying that, there are some World Eaters who have reduced their Korn worship a bit, so that they can maintain a level head, and they don't descend into complete blood-fueled madness.
That would make sense.
So what about Titsnitch? Is he a better option to join with?
Titsnitch.
The thing about Titsnitch is that serving him will be either really fucking good or really fucking bad,
Titsnitch.
depending on which weird mood Titsnitch is in. With Korn, it's obvious what he wants. Go kill shit and he'll give you a pat on the head. Run from a battle and he'll stomp on your balls. But with Titsnitch, not even he knows what he wants half the time. Followers of Titsnitch that follow his exact design and ambition might find themselves cursed to become a chaos spawn for the laughs, and his other followers that seek to be free of his influence and even attempt to undermine him might find themselves given boons and genuine gifts from Titsnitch.
So what's he the god
of? A
of?
good example is Ahriman. Ahriman actually has his shit together and is one of the most sane Chaos champions around, yet he is constantly seeking ways to learn more about Titsnitch to shake off its influence and give himself greater free will.
Manipulation.
As a response to this, Titsnitch gives him power boosts and even prevents Magnus from killing him. Titsnitch is just here for a laugh, you know, and I can respect that. Unfortunately, due to Titsnitch being the most immersed in the warp out of all the Chaos gods, following him incurs a much higher risk of random mutation as compared to the other gods. As such, you might wake up one day to find your foot, fingers, or cock turned into tentacles. Titsnitch does this because once again he finds it funny. You can either accept these gifts,
no, I wouldn't be able
as
to
some
deal with
Chaos
it.
Marines do, cut them off to prevent further mutation.
No.
Good thing they never use their cocks, otherwise that would be a very rough short end of the stick. So when it comes to praising Titsnitch, you'll either have a great time full of adventure, knowledge, power, and destiny, or you'll get turned into a mindless chaos spawn, or you know, both. Such is the whim of Titsnitch.
No,
So now that
that's
we're
tricky.
further in the video, we can talk about Slaanesh. Interestingly enough, following Slaanesh does the most to mirror real life. Allow me to explain. Slaanesh is sex, drugs, and rock and roll for sure, which is awesome. But if you say that to someone who takes Warhammer lore way too seriously, then they'll get mad and they'll be like, nah, Slaanesh is about excess and addiction. Which is correct, but come on you fucking neckbeard, let me enjoy it, the sex, drugs, and rock and roll. After all, this is an official model of a Slaaneshi follower. Back to my original point, the excessive and addictive nature of Slaanesh can be seen in our society by drug addicts all the time. There are numerous cases of drug addicts robbing and even killing their own family members in order to take their cash and buy more drugs. The deeper your drug addiction goes, the more empty and depraved you become. Your appearance becomes a twisted shadow of its former self. It always starts the same. A small addiction here with big highs only has a minor impact on your life, but eventually you either stop or you end up as one of those rambling junkies on the street that everyone avoids looking at. I'm talking about shit like meth and heroin, not the other stuff. The other stuff's fine. For Slaanesh, you basically take everything I said and you times it by 10 with a side serving of evil. The highs are way taller and the lows are way deeper. To get the hit, it becomes less about doing more drugs and more about what you do while you're on those drugs. Deplorable evil shit becomes your new norm. Take Sigvald for example. He looks pretty fresh. seems to be sane and doesn't look corrupted. But then you learn that not only is he the world's #1 rapist, but he also eats the women he rapes while he's raping them.
What?
Very solid. The Emperor's
Am
children
I allowed
also
to?
given the weakest
Maybe I shouldn't have this on Twitch. Am I gonna get in trouble? Am I gonna get in trouble for this? Am I gonna get in trouble? Maybe that's not a good idea. Yeah. Jesus. I know Twitch is weird with this kind of thing. I want to be careful. It's not gonna get worse. It's already on YouTube? Yeah, okay. Okay. Alright, I guess this is as bad as it's gonna get, I'm assuming.
legions in the galaxy due to how depraved and disorganized they are. They struggle to replenish their numbers or even win battles because of how all over the place
This
each
guy is a
individual
paid
member is.
shill by Chaos, literally. Like, he's trying to make it seem cool and it's not.
They'd rather spend their time railing space cocaine instead of doing anything productive for Chaos. When you follow Slaanesh, all your morals and values go out the door. Slaanesh will actually reward you with bigger highs for each moral and value you break in her name.
What the
At
hell?
least with Khorne, you can maintain your honor and courage despite your slipping sanity. Titsnitch won't try to force you to sodomize your daughter, and Nurgle doesn't even know what a penis is. Slaanesh, on the other hand,
Nurgle
will
doesn't
try and
even
break you
know what a
down
penis
until you are a
is.
literal gremlin, a stain on humanity's legacy. But hey, you get to have hectic orgies, so it's pretty balanced out.
No,
And
that's not
finally,
cool.
Nurgle. Joining Nurgle is pretty straightforward and on a superficial
No.
level looks kinda terrible. You get bloated and smelly. Your rotting body becomes home to demonic insects as your organs twist and turn. Everyone except other Nurglite followers will shun you. But here's the thing, as a Nurglite follower, you don't feel any of the pain or discomfort from how gross you are. You feel bliss and a feeling of satisfaction and content. You also don't go insane. Like there was a story about a guardsman who was killed and brought back to life as a Nurglite zombie. Even he still maintained his brain, and he actually tried to rejoin the loyalist guardsmen to help them fight Nurgle, but he was shot at when he approached them for obvious reasons.
Aw,
Nurgle
poor
is also
guy.
the only god that actually cares about his followers, and he sees them as his children, whilst the other Chaos gods see their followers as tools and
That's
minions.
kinda nice,
This
I
is
guess.
why Nurglite demons always seem so happy. Daddy loves them. Nurglite followers will also gain a crazy amount of durability due to the fact that their organs no longer have any useful function, and their bodies are instead sustained purely through Nurgle's warp magic. To prove this,
Ew,
there
warp
was a scene where a couple
magic.
plague marines are cut off from the warp, and they instantly begin screaming in horror at what they've become before they painfully die due to how fucked their bodies are. So yeah, once you join Nurgle, there really isn't any way to unjoin him. I mean, there's not really any way to unjoin any of them, but for Nurgle, it's guaranteed death to do so. Basically, if you join Nurgle, you get love, community, no suffering, and eternal life, but you become the most unfuckable thing in the entire galaxy. So that's the 4 options. Or is it? Is there another option which basically shits on all the others? Yes. Chaos Undivided. When you become a follower of Chaos Undivided, you gain the power of all 4 Chaos Gods without all the negatives, as technically none of them own your soul.
That
Hence
doesn't
they
make
can't
any
do their wacky
sense.
bullshit to you. Examples include Abaddon, Lorgar, and Perturabo. All 3 are slaves to Chaos, there is no doubt about that, but they are genuinely free to follow their own agendas and interpret Chaos how they will. They won't be forced to do anything that they don't really want to do. This is a delicate balancing act though. Being a successful follower of Chaos Undivided means you're useful to Chaos as a whole without helping one god more than the others. The reason why you are safe and free is because if a Chaos god tries to fuck with you, the others will smack them, as they would see it as infringing on their shared property. You also don't get access to the specialized power of each Chaos god, so you won't have the durability of Nurgle, the strength of Khorne, the knowledge of Titsnitch, and the cock of Slaanesh to as great as a degree as a dedicated follower would. But that's not a huge deal, so as long as you have the will
I'll
to
be
maintain your
honest.
belief in
Okay, I'll be honest. If I had to choose, if I had a gun to my head, okay, and I had to choose, maybe the guy that does the trick. The guy that does the trick. Either the guy that does the tricks or Nurgle. Because at least the Nurgle fellows are happy. Yeah. Tisnitch. or Nurgle. It wouldn't be cool to have someone that does tricks on you though. One example is with Abaddon. Sometimes if he feels like he's losing favor with a god, he'll have to do basically a fetch quest for said god. That's funny. I'm not a nurgling, I'm just saying at least you'd be happy. At least you'd be happy.
Undivided.
And someone would
If
care
so, then
about
this
you.
is by far the
Even
best
if you're
option.
disgusting.
If you can't be undivided, then honestly, Nurgle isn't the worst option. It's a pretty good life, and there's no mirrors in Nurgle's
we
gardens,
could
so you don't
watch
have to
one on
see
the
yourself.
Tyranids, yeah.
Titsnitch is also a good option as long as you don't get turned into a chaos spawn.
That's what
Whilst
I was
Khorne and
thinking.
Slaanesh are a bit rough, due to the fact that the longer that you worship them for, the more degenerative you become. Even
Yeah.
though the start of Slaanesh and Khorne's worship is the best. A few years in, and you'll be cooked as. When it comes to selling your soul to hell, you're allowed to be picky. So hopefully now when chaos comes knocking, you can make an educated decision about your future. If you enjoyed the video and you want to
I
support
don't
the
want
channel,
to
then
be at all.
Patreon is the place to be. Where only $1
Oh
per
my
month give you
god,
access to
Jesus. Hey, why is this Australian keep telling me things? Stop! Was this another person? I'm gonna watch an older one because I don't want to get spoiled. The orcs fought the Tyranids? Maybe we'll just watch this one. Instead of the forms.
G'day, fuckheads. I originally wasn't gonna make it.
What's with all the Australians doing this? And why is Deep Chat calling me a fuckhead? Leave me alone. If I became a follower of Slaanesh, you wouldn't think of me any differently? Which one's Slaanesh again? The really bad one? I would, because then you'd have to be with other people. And I don't want you to do that. So no. I would not see you the same and I'd say, go away!
Any videos while on holiday, but then I realized this is my biggest ever month of my YouTube career, and I'm too much of a Jew to not capitalize on my own success. So here we are.
Oh my
in a nice
god,
little
what is
Airbnb
with
in
these
Los Angeles.
people?
Being in LA, I wanted to make a video that really encapsulated my surroundings. As I look outside, I see the stunning view of the ocean, coupled with the blue skies. It's just a shame that's ruined by such a dirty shithole. That's right, LA is disgusting. I don't know why it's so popular at all. Anyway, on the theme of dirty,
I don't
realized
think
I had
it would. I would rather watch like a 15-minute one than the 30-minute one. Okay, so we'll see.
already done a video on skate.
My view of Aussies is in the danger hole right now. Why? He should be upping your view.
So I need to draw inspiration from another source. I then realized I'm in America, and America is an ever-expanding parasitic creature that consumes everything in its path to sate its unquenchable hunger.
I mean, I
Only
kind
the
of
brave
agree.
warriors of China and the Middle East dare to stand against it. So from that comparison, the Tyranids came out as the perfect faction to cover today. Also, people keep telling me that Tyranids are like the Australian wildlife, which is total bullshit. Our wildlife is way more scary.
No.
Warhammer 40k is a very grim setting where a lot of naughty things happen, and I mean that in a bad way. There are so many bad guys, it's obscene. Like most settings have like one or maybe two
He's
bad
a little
guys.
cringe.
and all the
Okay, well, what's your different one then? Oh, you like him? Okay.
good guys have to band together to stop the one
He
or two
seems
groups of
alright
bad
so
guys.
far.
Well, not in 40k. In 40k, none of the good guys, and I use that term sparingly, like each other, and there's like 4 or 5 groups of bad guys. It's just not a good time, to be honest. Today we're covering the greatest threat to the Imperium and pretty much everyone else,
The Tyranids. But Major Kill, Chaos is way scarier than the Tyranids and would cause much more damage to the Milky Way. Shut your fucking mouth, Timmy, you stupid cunt. Chaos look like emo scout boys compared to these parasitic fucks. At least with Chaos, they are always welcoming you to join them and have great employee benefits like gaining superpowers or being able to rape Eldar women. With Tyranids, they just eat you and it's really undignified. Trust me, by the time we get to the end of the video, the Necrons will look like beacons of hope, Abaddon will look like a teddy bear, and the Eldar will still look pretty gay. Let's get into it. Out of all the races and factions in the Milky Way, the Tyranids are definitely the ones that stick out and don't really belong. This makes sense considering that they originated outside of the galaxy and have only recently started invading. The Tyranids work as a hive mind, which, despite being a dire threat to all life, including intelligent and unintelligent races, they aren't actually that bright. They literally have no motive other than the basic evolutionary instincts to evolve and reproduce. This is what makes them scary. They aren't inherently evil or have evil thoughts or enjoy being sadistic fucks like Chaos or Dark Elder do. They're just following their primitive directives. Although their attacks on the Blood Angels was actually motivated by purely wanting to kill them, so they are actually on the cunty side. Despite their lower tier of intelligence, the Tyranids have adapted strategies for dealing with each of the opposing races, including Chaos.
They've already
When I say
conquered
low
other
intelligence,
galaxies.
I'm referring to their unsustainable way of living like I mentioned, coupled with their complete lack of desiring anything other than consuming everything. To
Yeah, but
combat
I
the
feel like it's
Imperium
more
of Man,
funny.
the Tyranids
So
follow
this
quite an
seems like
intricate
there's like
system. Firstly,
it seems there's like 3 sectors of things, right? It's like you have Chaos, that just meanie pants Magoo, just kind of meanie pants, okay. And then you have Orcs, which just want to kill things, and they're a little silly, but they like killing things or whatever. They don't really like the Space Marines or whatever. They just want to battle things. They'll battle whatever. They don't really care. And the Tyranids, they just seem like they're just like parasites, and they just want to evolve. But it's not because they want to battle. It's not because they want to battle people. It's not because they hate them. It's because they want to get stronger. It's because that's what they do, which is kind of scarier, I guess. There's Chaos Orcs. I don't know Necrons. I know Eldar. I know Tyranids. Then you have the other guys like Votan and a lot of other stuff. Wait, actually, what are they Necrons? I think I know them. Maybe I'm crazy.
they will dumpster on some poor cunts aboard a ship or a space hulk. They'll kill everyone aboard except the biggest Chad they can find. They will let the Chad survive, but infect them with the gene stealer DNA, which is undetectable and turns the infected host into a super horny fuck machine. The Tyranids will then allow the infected Chad to return to his planet, where he'll start fucking everyone he can get his dick into. What?
Hang on, I need to go back. I don't understand. Hang on.
Complete lack of desiring anything other than consuming everything. To combat the Imperium of Man, the Tyranids follow quite an intricate system. Firstly, they will dumpster on some poor cunts aboard a ship or a space hulk. They'll kill everyone aboard except the biggest Chad they can find. They will let the Chad survive, but infect them with the gene stealer DNA.
Oh, okay. So they'll keep one of them alive, and then they'll let him spread.
Which is undetectable and turns the infected host into a super horny fuck machine. The Tyranids will then allow the infected Chad to return to his planet, where he'll start fucking everyone he can get his dick into, spreading the gene stealer DNA.
Oh,
gene
they do
stealers are
it
these human
locally.
Tyranid hybrids, and they're pretty fucking nasty. Generations, there are thousands of infected humans on a planet who are loyal to the Tyranids.
Don't
due to the whole
look!
hive mind situation.
Don't look!
So, like, stage 1, Jerry gets his dick wet and hands a bunch of American kids that infiltrate various parts of the world's government. The next step is when the actual Tyranids want to get their dicks wet, so all the American gene stealers create uprisings in an attempt to destabilize the world, so it's not in very hot shape to defend against an unadulterated intergalactic rape fest. Another benefit of creating sex slaves is that the Tyranids transfer the data
Stop!
from the infected hosts into the hive mind, which allows them to learn more and more about the planet they wish to skullfuck. This is mainly the reason why the Tyranids are so successful. You want to invade a planet, so you cultivate thousands if not more people on it, who give you all the info you need about it. Then you sabotage the shit out of it, just in time for you to rock up and rain down your unholy
That's smart,
death
I
upon them.
guess.
Also, did I mention that Tyranids have natural anti-psycho measures? Tyranids create things called shadows in the warp, which is like a radio jammer for the warp, meaning that when a Tyranids invade a planet, the planet cannot send out a distress signal via the warp or call for backup, as their communications are all cut off from the rest of the Imperium. So yeah, it's really not good. Pretty much every victory won against the Tyranids is a Fyrek one. A good example of this is humanity's first contact with the Tyranids, a massive hive fleet called Hive Fleet Behemoth. Behemoth ravaged numerous Imperium planets without mankind even noticing. It was only through the effort of a sick cunt called Inquisitor Cripman that the Ultramarines were informed of the threat and were well prepared for the battle. And they still got raped. Their initial battle with the Tyranids ended in total failure, as they lost several more key planets. Their chapter master had to basically throw the Codex Astarte in the bin and create a new plan if they wanted to win. They prepared their standoff on the planet of Macragge, in the heart of their own system. Every single Ultramarine was deployed in one of the greatest battles ever, and even then they were losing until they sent their capital ship into the Tyranid Hive Fleet to Al-Akbar the shit out of the Xeno scum in the form of a warp drive overload.
Oh my
Hive
god.
Fleet Behemoth had been defeated, but the Tyranids' rapage of the Imperium had only just begun. Numerous Tyranids had actually splintered off from the main Hive Fleet and had grown in size. These were eventually also put down, but it took a big fuck-off effort to do it. Like, the Adeptus Mechanicus had to literally set their sky on fire to save one of their planets.
The sky on
Tyranid
fire?
War took place about 250 years later, and this is when the Tyranids began employing the use of gene stealers and actually more sophisticated tactics. Because like I said, the more these cunts eat, the smarter they get. I
What?
guess they
That's
aren't entirely like Americans
insane.
after all then. The Tyranids remain as a major threat against the Imperium. Now,
Think yeah,
let's have a look at the
Tuesday.
Tyranids' interactions with the Tau. Fortunately, the
God.
Tau have so far remained reasonably unscathed by the Tyranid threat, and by that I mean they only lost a few dozen planets. The Tau are actually more suited to fighting the Tyranids due to their extremely versatile combat strategies, making it hard for the Tyranids to adapt, as well as employing the use of drones and long-range weaponry. This meant that when the Tau were attacked by Hive Fleet Gorgon, they
Guys, oh, I'll put it a bit louder, sorry. Guys, we gotta kill these guys. What are they doing? Why, these guys are gonna take over. Guys, what is everyone doing? You gotta kill them, that's not good, they're getting more tricky and tricky. What's everyone doing? Someone's gotta do something about this. I'm gonna do something about this. What are you doing?
actually won the battle and drove the Tyranids off the planet, although pretty much everyone died and the planet became uninhabitable, but that's beside the point. From there, the remainder of the Hive Fleet wandered to a new Tau planet and would have eaten it if it weren't for the random arrival of Necrons, who once again drove off the Tyranids. The Tau was so excited to be saved by these unfamiliar Xeno-Necrons, until the Necrons then fucked up the planet anyway, which kinda sucks. Hive Fleet Gorgon was eventually destroyed when the Imperium rocked up and teamed up with the Tau. That just goes to show that all you need to do is bring Xenos together is by finding bigger, scarier Xenos.
Wait, Dark Angels once found out a space Hulk had a very ancient ship and Tyranids, so they decided to nuke it. Dark Angels are very serious about collecting their history. We had to fix them when we baited them into a war with the Orcs until the Orcs lost the war. Why'd the Orcs lose though? What the hell? That's so bullshit. Well, it wouldn't be good if you baited them into a war with the Orcs because then they'd evolve, right? And then they'd become as strong as the Orcs.
The Tyranids' encounters with the Necrons are basically non-existent at the moment. When Hive Fleet Behemoth first entered the Milky Way, it actually rerouted its course a bit so it would avoid a Necron tomb world. Guess there isn't much food to be had on a desolate world filled with conservative murder robots. As I mentioned earlier, there was a battle between the Necrons and the Tyranids, however, the Necrons won pretty soundly and Hive Fleet Gorgon ran away. Interesting enough though, the Silent King's hatred for the Tyranids has led him to form an alliance with the Blood Angels as the two factions teamed up with that kind of shit. The alliance was actually quite respectful, which is very unusual, but once again, when you're dealing with the insectoid equivalent of America, you need to push past your comfort zone. Onto the Eldar now. You'd expect these little pussies to just bend over and take it, but the Eldar actually have taken it quite hard.
What if everyone, except for Chaos, maybe Nurgle can come. Nurgle can come, okay? Everyone, okay, team up with each other and they kill them, okay? And then we get them, and then it can be okay. Yeah, I know, but like just for this time, and then we're not friends anymore, just for one time. That would mean teaming up with other aliens. Okay, not other aliens. Not other aliens. The Codex doesn't support this. Well, the Codex isn't gonna mean shit if everyone's dead, will it? Sorry, but we gotta do something. Everyone gotta team up except for the other aliens. Yeah. No! It's not heresy because it's not gonna mean anything if they die, if everyone dies. Is it? So just for this one time. You need to get an Inquisitor? Okay, then you little dobbing bitch. Get your Inquisitor then, you nerd. Go and do that. I didn't get touched by chaos. I didn't. I was just saying, right? I don't want to... What else? How else are we gonna fix it? How else are we gonna fix it? The last time Nurgle went to brawl against Tyranids, they made a planet so immensely toxic neither faction could use it. Okay, well, listen. Okay, well, Nurgle won't be there. Yeah, okay, Nurgle can give us tips. Nurgle can give us tips. I know, exactly. I know. I want to get an Inquisitor. It's like, I want to talk to the man. Exactly. It's like, I'm a little nerd and I'm going to tell my teacher that she forgot to collect the homework or something. I'm just saying, how else are we gonna do anything about it? Anything. We're gonna figure it out. No, Slanesh is not coming along. Slanesh can go suck an egg. Slanesh is my least favorite. Okay? Slanesh sucks. I hope Slanesh dies. I hope someone hangs him. You know what? You know the way that Slanesh will probably die is like, you know those people that die from doing that and they like jerk it. That's probably, he'd probably in some kind of crazy related accident like that. Or whatever. Yeah. He died from his own. Yeah, he'll die from Clown God's funniest joke. I like Clown God. I guess. Well, actually no, because he's you know, he actually not that good, but out of all of them, you know. Thank the gay elves that Slanesh even exists.
Already from multiple sources, so they're kind of sick of taking it by now. Hence, when the Tyranids attack them, they hold up really well. Considering the Craftworld Elder don't really fuck each other, the Gene Stealers can't do shit. The Tyranids also have a hard time catching the Craftworld Elder, as they are quite mobile. If the Tyranids do end up catching up, more often than not, the Elder will emerge victorious. However, despite this, there was an interesting case where the Tyranids destroyed an entire craft world, but not how you'd expect. After attacking the craft world, the Tyranids were defeated. However, a little worm got on board the ship and ended up eating all the Elder souls that were stored away.
A little worm. Yes, very small and tiny worm.
And eventually became a massive unkillable soul worm that fucked the entire world in the craft world
What
in the
the
arse.
hell?
Another craft world that was taken by the Tyranids reveals something actually quite horrifying about the Tyranids. So, there's this theory
Too
that
small
pretty
at
much
the
all the other
time.
galaxies in the universe, or at least all the neighbouring galaxies to the Milky Way, have all been absorbed or in the process of getting absorbed by the Tyranids. So there's millions and billions of hive fleets floating around the border of the Milky Way, slowly leaking in. An elder craft world attempted to leave the Milky Way to try to escape Slanesh once, and it returned many years later, with the entire crew having been infected by the Tyranids and turned into gene stealers. This, coupled with the fact that every new hive fleet that enters the Milky Way enters from a different angle, means at the very least they're present in all, if not most, of the neighbouring galaxies. Spooky. Onto the Orcs. The Tyranids just see the Orcs as a stubborn source of food. Due to the complicated tactics required to defeat the Tyranid hive fleets, which most Orcs lack, Tyranid encounters with Orcs usually end up with the green boys just getting their ass sucked on until they prolapse.
No.
And finally, arguably the most interesting matchup, we have the Tyranids' interaction with Chaos. I always enjoy watching bad guys fight it out to see who the biggest and scariest baddie is, so I was pretty erect when I read about a massive fuck-off battle between the two factions.
What is wrong
Basically,
with this guy?
an Imperium planet detected a large Tyranid hive fleet on its way, but they didn't want to abandon ship because the planet was home to some pretty fuck-off powerful Chaos artifacts that would be quite problematic if they fell into the wrong hands. Despite a staunch defense featuring the Grey Knights, the Imperium defense were quickly overrun. The death of millions of humans in a short span of time activated one of the Chaos artifacts, and it spawned in a massive demon army, numbering in the millions, led by a bunch of greater demons, and boy oh boy did the motherfuckers die that day. The issue was, however, that the Tyranids' natural warp banishing aura severely weakened the demons. On top of this, the Tyranids had actually created a special hive fleet called Hive Fleet Kronos that was designed to defeat Chaos. This hive fleet had a greater warp banishing effect, as well as focused on ranged combat instead of typical melee shit which demons love. So from this, we can literally see the Tyranids are a genuine threat to every single bit of life in the galaxy. You might be wondering why the Necrons even give a fuck about the Tyranids, considering that Tyranids actively avoid them, and like they're not really competing for resources. Well, this is because the Silent King wishes to return his people back to organic flesh and bone instead of grumpy, decaying robots. In order for him to at least attempt to do this, he requires to have some organic matter in the galaxy, something which the Tyranids are kind of, stealing. The Tyranids come in a lot of shape and sizes, too many for one video, due to them having multiple basic forms and then even more variants on top of those basic forms. They can really identify as whatever gender they feel like at this point. I'll list some cool forms now. I'd list all the forms, but I just really can't be fucked, there's so many. Maybe for another video, but we'll start it off. Firstly, they're the Hive Tyrants, who act as like superpowered commanders of nearby Tyranid forces. They're granted a significantly stronger sense of connection to the hive mind than most other Tyranids, hence they're way more intelligent. I would compare
Those are the
their
ones that are
strength
harder
to a
to kill.
custodian. They're often guarded by tyrant guards, makes sense, who are likely created using the DNA of dead space marines, which is fucking heresy.
I didn't know that.
Another nifty little cunt we have are the Lictors, who are these sneaky little stealthy fuckers. They can
kill
easily
those, then the rest
camouflage and
stop
often
spawning.
act as recons and assassins. They gather enemy intel on forces by devouring the brains of their enemies, which is a bit hardcore. Often employed in ambushes or raids, these little shits are something you really don't need in your life. On the other end of the size scale, we have the Bio-Titans, which was the Tyranids' response to other faction class Titan war machines. Not much to say about these guys other than they're massive, and they're like final bosses you face in God of War or Dark Souls. They just fuck off massive kill machines. And do you want to know how the Tyranids reproduce? Of course you do, you fucking pervert. Tyranids have Norn queens, which are basically just massive vaginas hidden away in special chambers aboard hive fleets. Their job is to give birth non-stop, which makes them somewhat similar to the Skaven women. The only real difference is that Skaven women get non-stop raped, so the Norn queens probably have it better. I don't know why this is a thing, but apparently the Tyranids also have dominatrixes. Interesting name, but it's quite fitting I suppose, considering they are massive female rape machines, and they are also psychic. Maybe an accurate name after all. And finally, The last called Tyranid type I'm talking about today is the Trigon, which are these dope-ass serpent-looking motherfuckers that burrow into the battlefield and randomly emerge to eat people.
I've killed
The
these
cool
ones
part, though,
too.
is they actually have like these Black Panther shit armor plates that vibrate and generate energy that can be released on command to create a shockwave. So it's pretty overpowered, actually.
I've killed these guys.
So if you guys want me to go over all the Tyranid types, then show this video some love. Let's say 30k views and 3k likes, and I'll do another video covering all of the warrior and all their forms and shit. As the Tyranids are a hive mind, they don't really give two shits about much about individuality or hero characters per se. In saying this, however, there are a few uppity cunts that the Tyranids have created as experiments or just for the gags. These include Swarmlord, who is arguably the Tyranids' greatest warrior available. He is a variant of the Hive Titan who is immortal. Whenever killed, which usually requires a chapter master or a tier character or above.
Wait. You killed Ravenous, which are like the smaller cousins. The Tyragons. Sorry, are much larger? That's not true. That's not true. That's not true.
Or just an exterminatus. The Swarmlord's consciousness is instantly saved and backed up to the hive mind and to be rebuilt stronger. Definitely a bit of a problem child for the Imperium. We also have another pain in the ass called the Death Leaper, who is a Tyranid's ultimate assassin. It's an advanced form of lictor that possesses an intelligence far greater than your average Tyranid. For example, instead of assassinating the leader of a planet...
He doesn't look very smart. He look kind of stupid. He look kind of dumb. He looked like a dumbhead with stupid arms.
Which would only create a martyr. It tormented the leader by killing his friends and family in front of him instead, breaking his sanity and ruining the morale of the entire planet, making the Tyranid invasion that much easier. That's fucked up. Another naughty little cunt we have is the old One Eye, which is a remix of a Carnifex. It's basically just an immortal version which regenerates from every wound. The only wound it hasn't recovered from was a plasma blast that blew out its eye and brain. Hence the old One Eye name. The creature eventually returned and began raping people left, right, and center. Some old Marines were sent to deal with it and were serious.
Why does this guy... What did these people saying that word so much? Not that it, like, really bothers me, but... Like... What's with it? Okay, I don't get it, because I cannot tell when he says it if he means literally, if he means he literally does it, or if it means that he's killing people. Because I know that some of them probably do, but does he mean it literally or not? Because I can't tell. In this context, I think it's killing. Because I've heard it in that one. Yeah. He does it 90% of the time, he doesn't mean literally. With Eldar Women, it was literally. I want to know, actually, you know what I want to learn more about? I want to learn more about this. Not you, though. I just want to know a little bit more about it. Yeah, why is it always this guy? I want to, like, watch it because it seems interesting, but I don't like them. What's with these Australian,
guys and gals.
annoying
If you've been
Australian
balls deep in
people?
40k lore for some time, you may have seen the toaster lovers of Mars get referred to as both the Mechanicum and the Mechanicus. I know I've used both hundreds of times in my videos. Are these just synonyms for each other, interchangeable at any moment, or
Oh,
they're
look,
actually
baby
different?
rabbits.
Spoiler, they are extremely different.
Oh,
and
they
knowing
are?
when to use each actually does show off a bit of 40k lore aptitude.
The
Ladies,
rabbits.
if you're trying to seduce a fat, sweaty Warhammer nerd, knowing the difference is guaranteed.
Hey! I'm not trying to seduce any of you. Okay, I'm not trying to seduce any of you. If you are fat and sweaty.
guaranteed to improve your chances of getting laid. There is also the Dark Mechanicum, which is an entirely separate thing from the previous two. With the lore of both the Mechanicum and the Mechanicus being super interesting, as well as the reason why the name was changed being intricate, I thought it was worthy of its own video. Before we get started, you may be wondering how I look so fresh and attractive only 1 week post-hair transplant surgery, and that's because of my custodian training, but mostly because of my skincare and hygiene to keep us different from each other.
Right.
Now let's get into
Skip it.
So going back in time to even before 30k, Mars was an absolute powerhouse due to the presence of the Void Dragon empowering the intelligence of...
Wait, so, okay, when they're talking about Mars, do they mean like, because that doesn't make any sense, because this is, wait, how is Mars still around? Oh, what do Mechanicus are like, cause we moved to Mars, like humans? The human is still, no, listen, what if, wait, yes, because what if we move to Mars and then we evolve so much and we turn into Mechanicus? Is that true? Guys, what if it's real? What if the law of 40, what if the law of 40k is actually real and it's and the time travelers are telling us about it and we're following it like it's a game but it's really real? What if it's real? I hope it's not. That would be horrible. But what if it is though? It's great.
The Martians, the Red Planet was able to use its technology to not only
I like
terraform
these
Mars to become
guys.
a verdant world, but then also survive the Age of Strife mostly intact. During the Age of Strife, Mars most likely was by far the most powerful human civilization in the galaxy. They even once visited Earth to try re-establish the human empire, but were disgusted at how Earth had devolved into an irregular wasteland full of techno-barbarian warlords fighting for the few remaining resources, so they discounted Earth as a write-off. They were then even able to predict gaps in the warp storms, hence would send through explorative fleets through the storm, which would often end up founding their own forge worlds out in the galaxy, hence why there were so many even before the Great Crusade. During this time, the priests of Mars were the Mechanicum, a proud powerhouse of a civilization. When the Emperor came out of hiding and decided to clap the galaxy's cheeks, he knew he needed the cooperation of Mars. Without their production capacity to build his ships, armor, and weapons, as well as massively expand the GNC production, the Great Crusade would be dead on arrival. So the Emperor triggered a plan that he had been brewing for thousands of years. By placing the Void Dragon on Mars, he not only guaranteed their technological evolution, but he also knew it would create a religion. This religion was the belief in a machine god, an omnissiah, with a prophecy stating that his physical manifestation would come to them. So the Emperor assumed the role of the omnissiah and arrived on Mars with a megaship. His first act was to approach a knight, who had a damaged leg, and said, "Heal thyself," using his psychic energy. The knight was instantly repaired, thus fulfilling the prophecy of the omnissiah. The Emperor proposed a deal between the Imperium and the Mechanicum. Partners, not master and servant. If Mars supplied the Great Crusade, they could keep their autonomy and also claim any forge worlds and STCs that they would find. The Fabricator General, Kelborg Hal, did not trust the Emperor and did not believe that he was the Omnissiah, but with most of Mars believing otherwise, he was backed into a corner and accepted the deal. There were some conditions though. The Mechanicum may never explore AI tech, and the Emperor was also allowed to lock up all their no-no machines in a big-ass vault, mostly because these machines were corrupted by chaos. Kelborg begrudgingly accepted. This became known as the Treaty of Olympus. As a fun fact, if Kelborg hadn't accepted, the Emperor was prepared to unleash the Dark Angel Legion alongside a shitload of Dark Age of technology weaponry to conquer Mars by force. One way or another, he was going to get Mars on side. The Mechanicum would hold up their end of the deal. However, when Horus's male pattern boldness finally broke his will and spirit, causing him to declare jihad in the name of the gods of
AI kind of fucked up humanity in 25k. It seems about right.
hell, he approached Kelborg with a deal. Horus promised he would remove all restrictions the Emperor had placed upon the Mechanicum, as well as give them even more freedom, while also throwing in some valuable STCs into the mix to sweeten the deal. Kelborg, who had long resented the Emperor and the fact that Mars had become lesser of two equals in the Imperium, accepted. Mars began oversupplying the Traitor Legions and undersupplying the Loyalists. Traitors were given armor-piercing bolt shells designed specifically to kill Space Marines, whilst Loyalists were given the standard rounds that sucked at penetrating Ceramite. Traitors were given more up-to-date power armor, whilst the Loyalists were kept kept
My
a step
tailbone
behind,
is hurting
just shit
so
like
bad.
that. Mars also erupted into a civil war as the Loyalists and the Traitors fought. Despite an epic showing and an epic last stand, like probably one of the best in all of 40k, the Loyalists were defeated.
Guys,
the Traitors
I
had the
wanna
element
be
of
these
surprise and were able
guys.
to wipe out most of the Loyalists before the fighting had even started. And they also opened the No-No Vault that the Emperor had sealed, giving them access to a lot of fucked up weaponry. When the heresy ended, with the Emperor stomping Horus's balls, then ending up as the galaxy's most powerful lithium battery / vegetable, the Mechanicum suddenly found themselves very exposed. The traitor legions had fled, the traitor guardsmen and cultists had been slaughtered, the demons were gone, and they had the righteous vengeance of the Ultramarines, Dark Angels, Space Wolves, Imperial Fists, White Scars, and Blood Angels ready to turbo fuck all traitors to death. Hence Mars was retaken, with Kelborg and his goons escaping into the Eye of Terror to form the Dark Mechanicum. Now, the post-heresy Imperium still very much needed the priests of Mars. Mars was responsible for most of their weapons, armor, ammunition, as well as knights, ships, titans, and much more. Not to mention the Martian military was also a massive asset, so they allowed the loyalist tech priests to retake and control Mars. However, the deal had changed. The Mechanicum was no more. They were now the Adeptus Mechanicus. They were to become an important but
Did anyone
subservient
do
wing
that?
of the Imperium, no longer an equal partner. The leash was pulled tight and even more restrictions and control was placed upon the new Adeptus Mechanicus. Mars declaring for Horus was one of the biggest problems for the loyalists. If Mars had stayed loyal, Horus never would have even reached the Sol system, so the Imperium was eager to punish the priests of Mars for their disloyalty. But other than their name, is there actually any difference between the Mechanicum and the Mechanicus? Yes, actually quite a lot. A big theme of 40k, especially for the Imperium, was stagnation and regression. This affected their culture, their society, and their technology. It's only with Belisarius' call getting spicy lately that the Imperium has started moving forward again. However, that wasn't the case in 30k. The Mechanicum was extremely inventive and innovative. Tech priests were constantly inventing things that didn't just come from STCs. For example, that cooked-as kangaroo Skitarii walker actually had a perpetual engine. As a fun note, it was actually impossible to restart if it stopped, as the tech priest who invented it died before he could tell anyone how to turn them back on. So Skitarii have to jump on them as they are running to be able to mount. However, a better example would be Coriel Zeph, the mistress of the Magma City. She built an entire city in a volcano, using the volcano as a near-infinite energy source. Everything about her city was wondrous. She was also one of the first users of the newly invented Noosphere, a new form of data transfer that used light. She also created a machine that would siphon the Astronomicon's light in order to unlock the secrets of the universe, and it nearly worked. Zeth wasn't fucking around. The Mechanicum was super eager to constantly push the boundaries. To them, no knowledge was forbidden, which was a big reason why most of them became traitors. The Mechanicus, on the other hand, had its balls in a vice grip from the Imperium. All their new inventions were regarded with suspicion and suppressed. Eventually, even the Mechanicus themselves saw invention and innovation as dangerous, so they just stuck to the status quo, doing their best to maintain the machines they already had, as opposed to making better ones. Any advancements in technology would come via the rediscovery of STCs, as this was considered to be a safe and proven way to advance. This attitude is why from the 31st to the 41st millennium, the Imperium literally had zero apparent technological progression. If anything, it regressed. However, the Mechanicus is returning to its roots with the return of Guilliman. Cole doesn't give a flying fuck about the restrictions on innovation and invention, so he created the Primaris, the Mark X power armor, floating grav tanks, and now he is trying to reverse engineer Necron tech. Many within the Mechanicus dislike him for his blatant disregard of caution, however many others find him inspiring and are now reigniting the spark that made the Mechanicum so awesome all those thousands of years ago. For example, the Mechanicus can't help but explore Necron tomb worlds. My theory is that because the Void Dragon is the heart of the Mechanicus' tech, as well as the heart of the Necron tech, they feel a connection to the Necron technology, kinda like cousins, and have had a surprisingly decent aptitude for it. In contrast, the Mechanicus hates Elder and Tau tech, outright destroying it as opposed to attempting to reverse engineer it or study it. To be honest though, a lot of the differences between the Mechanicus and the Mechanicum are not superficially noticeable. They both have Skitarii, Titans, and so on. They are both quite aloof and quite comedic to read about due to their detached attitudes that provide unintentional comic relief. It's also not like the Mechanicum use more augmetics than the Mechanicus. Arkan Land, one of the most highly regarded tech priests of the Mechanicum, had barely any visible augmentations, whereas Belisarius Cole, the most highly regarded tech priest of the Mechanicus, is a giant mechanical hentai monster. I mean, fuck, the current fabricated general of Mars, Ode Raskian, is so mechanical that he is the size of a building, and it's noted that it's actually a massive logistical nightmare anytime he needs to travel to Terra for a meeting with the other High Lords. But regardless, if they look and sound the same, the law regarding their transition...
It's tricky when he has to go on it's tricky when he needs to go to a meeting. It's tricky, cause how are they gonna move him right there? That's tricky. Oh, I see. Oh, that's tricky. Yeah, it seemed like a tricky life for him.
From powerhouse partner to the Emperor to now one of many subservient wings of the Imperium is a fascinating one, showing that loyalty really is the best policy. If you enjoy the video and you want to support the channel, then pay.
Ah! Oh, Jesus. Oh, I wanna have a little look at this Mechanicus game. Let's have a look at the trailer. I wanna be in Mechanicus.
From the moment I understood the weakness of my flesh, it
disgusted me. Oh!
I craved the strength and certainty of steel. I aspired to the purity of the blessed machine. Your kind cling to your flesh, as if it will not decay and fail you. One day the crude biomass that you call the temple will wither, and you will beg my kind to save you. But I am already saved.
I love him! I love him! I love him! I love him!
Is immortal. Even in death, I serve the undesired.
Ah! Even in death, I serve. Cool. 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 Oh, that's so cool. Oh, that's cool. I want more of this guy. I want more of that guy. There's two. There's gonna be a second one. Cool. We gotta play this. We gotta play this one next. That's so cool. In the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. Oh, I see. Yes. From the weakness of the mind, Omnisci save us. From the temptations of the flesh, Silica cleanse us. From the ravages of the destroyer, Anima shield us. From the rotting cage of biomatter, machine god set us free. Oh, I'll see you later. Have a nice walk.
In the darkness of the 41st millennium, humanity's galaxy-spanning empire, the Imperium, wields its immense armies of the god Emperor of mankind to wage its unceasing internal and external wars. While individual worlds may have some flexibility in how they are controlled and governed, the word autonomy is not one to be thrown around lightly, for the Imperium is the all-powerful administration who oversee everything, and whatever they demand from a world, it must obey. Entire systems have spent thousands of years repaying debts in material or human cost by incurring some foolish miscalculation in terms of how much independence they believe themselves to have in challenging the Imperium. Whilst layers of privilege within the Imperium can bring groups, houses, families and individuals degrees of independence, it would be a stretch to call this freedom in any true sense, for the eyes and ears of the Imperium are embedded everywhere throughout human society. There are always those who wish to exploit the knowledge of those who are acting outside the lines. Even rogue traders and inquisitors are still ultimately beholden to some authority within the Imperium. There exists of course one major exception to the rule, the Adeptus Mechanicus of Mars. The red-robed, often cybernetically augmented individuals are seen on every Imperial ship, every Imperial world, every bastion, hive city and Imperial installation. One would be forgiven for thinking they are just another designation of Imperial workers, technicians, overseers of industry. But no, they're far more than this. The Mechanicus, unlike the rest of humanity, are not directly beholden to the Imperium. They hold many thousands of their own worlds which are governed entirely under their own control and independent from the Imperium. They have, through the power they were able to retain, been able to maintain the closest thing that resembles autonomy. And sometimes it's not immediately clear just how powerful the tech priests of the Mechanicus are, and this is likely for good reason and by design, because if there was more active resistance between the Imperium and Mechanicus, it could be extremely destructive. But to give one example of just how powerful the tech priests are, by imperial decree of the Emperor himself, any discovery of technology made belongs to the tech priests, be it data, archaeotech reclamation, or salvage, which has often led to the question, just what unknown technological discoveries have been made by the tech priests of the Mechanicus, but were never shared with the wider Imperium. It raises disturbing questions about the true power of what is effectively a rival to the Imperium itself, but who treat one another with due respect and diligence in a marriage of diplomatic and quasi-religious convenience. When people are newly initiated into the galaxy of war that spans the 10,000 years through to M41, one of the first things they will be of course introduced to is the galaxy-spanning empire of humanity, the Imperium.
So cool.
That collective umbrella designation of the Imperium is very obviously speaking extremely broadly, and perhaps necessarily so given the complexity of the hierarchy that sits under it. The Adeptus Terra, Inquisition, Ecclesiarchy, the Administratum, and the many specific designations of military branches. One thing that I find is often surprisingly glossed over, which now that I think of it I'm guilty of doing myself, is not showcasing the true power or importance of the Mechanicus. More formally, the Adeptus Mechanicus, the Tech Priests of Mars, the Cult of the Machine, for the keepers of humanity's advanced knowledge, go by many names. They are the devoted servants of the Cult Mechanicus and exist in service to the Omnissiah, but this collective title of Tech Priest covers many thousands of different roles within the Mechanicus. Janitors, artisans, magos with their myriad subclassifications, trans and lex mechanics, engine seers, cognitors, myrmidons. All are integral components, cogs if you will, in the vast machine of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Primarily, they are the...
Hey guys, do you mind if I draw something while we listen? I have an idea for something I want to draw. Oh, this is inspiring. Okay, wait a sec, let me just pee, I'll be right back. Okay, I'll keep playing it. Actually, no, let me just, hang on, I'm gonna fill up my water. Okay, sorry. Let me just get this up real quick. Now, how should I do this? I guess because I'll be drawing, I'll put the drawing thing up and I'll put this in a tiny little, in a corner. Yeah, hang on a second. second. I'll put this in a corner so you guys can still see, but so you can also see my drawing. Okay. Is that alright? Okay. Okay. Hang on. Let me just Oh, you're back from the gym? Okay. Hello. Oh, thank you for following me. Sorry. I think actually on Twitch I can change the where is it? I can change the uh the sorry, I know it's tiny, but not much shows off on here anyway. Yeah, I can change that. Oh my god, guys, somebody help him. Help him. Please help him. Please. Please help him. Wait, 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 why is it not showing? Hang on. Oh, here. Guys, help him. Excuse me. Please help him. Look. Guys, look. Help him, please. He's very nervous. His name is Nervous Norbert. You must help him. Okay. Nervous Norbert. Nervous Norbert. Oh, his name is Norbert Bartholomew Sniff. Oh, I love his name. Oh, that's such a lovely name. I want him to be in Divecraft. I was like a defender, and he gets so nervous, but he's the best defender in town because he gets so nervous. Oh, and while the commentator is reading him out, they'll have to call him by his full name, Norbert Bartholomew Smith. So Sniff. That's really funny. Give me 1 second, guys. Let me just grab something. Sorry. moment, please. Okay. 1 second, please. Okay. Okay. Sorry. I'm here. Vivi, I am an artist. Vivi, I am an artist now, and I will draw for you. Now I will draw you a picture. Yes, I am an artist. Ready to draw you a photograph? Okay. Okay. Alright, let me just change this. Okay, let me just change this. What? There we go. It's cool that you can do this midway through the stream. Okay. Yes, Vivi, I am an artist, and today I'm going to draw a photograph for you. Yes, a photograph. A photograph. I'm going to draw you a photograph. Vivi, yes, yes. Okay.
The keepers of knowledge. In an age where humanity has largely stagnated in all things, most especially in terms of scientific research and development, for the acquisition of any new understanding is seen as a quasi-religious affair. For while those of the cult Mechanicus remain an adjacent element of the Imperium of mankind, they worship the machine god, of which the Omnissiah, the Emperor, is merely its physical manifestation, more akin to an emissary, a corporeal vessel for communication with the machine god. The authority of the Adeptus Mechanicus in matters technological is unquestioned. As we noted, the Mechanicus are so intrinsically woven into all aspects of the Imperium, they are found at every level of operations. Even the Astartes send their own to Mars to learn the secrets of the cult and gain greater understanding of machines so that they can become tech marines. The tech priests and cult Mechanicus differ significantly from the rest of humanity in how they see the galaxy and universe, both ideologically and in their forms of ritual worship. Their philosophical foundations are only partially aligned with the rest of humanity and its smothering imperial cult at a superficial level, with then most of the rest of what they believe being tolerated at best, frowned upon by most, and considered deeply heretical by those within the more formal and conservative departments of the Imperium, specifically the Ecclesiarchy. One of the things that is most notable, of course, about the Mechanicus is their appearance, and their apparent lack of respect applied when it comes to the organic form, the flesh and bone of humanity. Yet they have good reason for this, in both how they view human form and what they see as being the priority for all humanity, especially those members of the Mechanicus. While somewhat of a tangent, the way in which the Mechanicus view themselves and organic forms directly connects with the overall outlook and their entire philosophy, so it is helpful to understand. This apparent lack of feeling toward the human form is partially why servitors and so many bioaugments are forged and applied with an apparent disregard for the aesthetic or discomfort of the person. I've often heard it asked, why in the galaxy of 40k are the augmentations or cybernetic enhancements made with such a disregard for appearance, not more finished, more styled, and cleanly integrated with the human form? Basically, why are they so incredibly ugly? And it's true, especially when it comes to the Mechanicus, that their adaptations can be quite horrific, crude, blunt mergings of machine and flesh. Faces cut away, bare teeth exposed, bones, skulls. It often looks very much like the body has just been hacked away with little regard for preservation, only to most efficiently install the mechanical adaptations, which is of course exactly what has happened. Unlike the rest of humanity, who largely retained the view that the human form should not be abused, corrupted, nor deformed either naturally or artificially, with the obvious exception of basic augmetics, these are tolerated as being both either necessary or tolerable, and depending on where you have an augment carried out, could be quite visually high-end. The overall outlook on adaptation of the human form was only further entrenched once the religion of the Imperium took hold, and abuse of the human vessel was seen as only being evidence of a slide toward darkness, as those who drift towards those things which lie in the warp often see it as necessary to abuse their bodies with scarification and other more grotesque body modifications. The Mechanicus take a different view of this perspective. Even lowly adepts will usually have some small level of mechanical augmentation, while full tech priests and their senior magos will have a significant amount of augmentation, so much so that they may only be barely recognizable as human. Alongside the augmentations to their bodies, members of the Mechanicus may have their brains surgically altered to incorporate memo chips, engrams or electrografts, allowing them to store and access a vast amount of information. They're often fitted with a variety of neural systems and plugs, which will then allow them to physically connect to a localized network of a planet or any terminal or machine. Tech priests also have access to the noosphere. This is effectively a wireless information system enabling the Mechanicus to connect and share information either at a local or wider level. The specifics of this system are not especially well known, but it appears certainly to have originated from the dark age of technology. The essential and foundational system then for the Mechanicum and later Mechanicus was discovered by an explorator prior to the Great Crusade, along with secrets of energy transference, atomic restructuring, chemical engineering, and most importantly, the evolution of human cognition and digital communication through the noosphere. When using this, tech priests can absorb and share information and communication in some form of collective consciousness. It's often an unspoken but vitally important aspect of the Mechanicus, and one that makes their considerable augmentation a necessity, and it can enable them to remotely control different departments, doors, information about enemy movements and friendly, and give them a huge overview of what is occurring, say, in their area of a forge world in an emergency situation. But beyond that, it's just a very efficient information sharing system with their fellow tech priests. When it comes to their form though, not all tech priests take the same view. and a lack of care is not the same thing as heretical abuse. Magos biologists of the Mechanicus are devoted to the belief that the form of humans is, in itself, to be revered. Their own creed states that the gene structure of humanity is as the Emperor, the Omniscire, intended, and therefore any unnecessary alterations to the human gene code is highly offensive. For most ordinary citizens, the sight of most members of the Mechanicus would be quite horrifying. And for this reason, among others, it's quite normal for senior members of the Mechanicus to not be seen by ordinary humans, which is certainly all the better when it comes to tech priests who have reached the point of being centuries old. By then, their physical organs are barely being kept alive by horrifically produced rejuvenate elixirs, and at that time the only thing which can really nourish the remaining mortal flesh left on their bodies. The sight, though, of such a monstrosity is something most humans would wish to avoid, and thankfully something that can be easily accommodated, within the very reasonable and not entirely untrue explanation that those senior members of any organisation would have no reason nor wish to engage with lowly ordinary members of humanity. They will have ordinary tech adepts do this for them, and so most of humanity see the Mechanicus as very similar to themselves, especially on the day-to-day level, where perhaps the most extreme members of the Mechanicus that they may encounter would only have fairly superficial adaptations that are very little different from anybody else, give or take the quality of the augmetics and perhaps their specific purposes. At its simplest though, one of the most fundamental and important aspects of the Mechanicus is just to maintain technology, acquire new information where possible, and most of all safeguard not just technology but all knowledge itself. And this is one of the core focal points for the Mechanicus, the preservation of knowledge. And it was this driving force that was the reasoning behind its origins.
Sorry.
Thus, in the contemporary period, the Mechanicus continues to value the preservation of knowledge and the technology it enables as sacred and essential to the continued existence of humanity. This is, of course, an extreme oversimplification of what the Mechanicus believe, for their religion of the machine god governs everything they do, and it is a vastly complex structure of rites and ceremony that remains significantly unknown, hidden, and conceptually intangible for the rest of humanity, with exception of course to liberal usage of incense and simply praising, pleading and begging with a machine to function normally, something that is very relatable and long-standing tradition for all humanity, although perhaps without the incense. So while the Mechanicus is well known for its ability to forge and preserve technology for humanity, from everything as lowly as a servitor with basic augmetics through to immense god machines of the Titanicus and the gargantuan Gothic starships of the Imperial Navy, the Mechanicus remain devoted to, above all else, the preservation of knowledge, and it is for this reason that they very often augment themselves so heavily. Some have even gone so far as to merge themselves with others to ensure the continued preservation of the knowledge they themselves contain and comprehend. And this might be where someone could incorrectly use that classic quotation and battle cry of the Iron Hand Space Marines, "The flesh is weak," which I always enjoy reminding people as being both wrongly attributed to Ferrus Manus and furthermore taken far too literally. To just very briefly explain that, and I realise this is a little bit of an early tangent, but it is somewhat relevant. The Iron Hands Astartes believe that the death of their Primarch Ferrus Manus died due to his emotions clouding him, and unlike others such as Angron, who used his emotional fury as almost a defining trait, for Manus it caused his demise. The Iron Hands see the cold, emotionless function of technological adaptation as therefore being stronger than frail human emotion. There is of course undoubtedly also something in that about the literal weakness of human form compared to the mechanical, but this is really a secondary consideration. Then lastly, the quotation itself of "the flesh is weak" comes from not the Iron Hands Primarch, but from Vulcan of the Salamanders, who was replying to Manus. The full quotation being, "The flesh is weak, but deeds endure." Vulcan was trying to make the point that although individuals may die in the fight to preserve humanity, the legacy of what they have accomplished will endure throughout human history, which I have always thought is an interestingly applicable message for the Mechanicus as well. Maybe somewhat of an obscure tangent, but it is in fact quite relevant to the philosophical outlook of the Mechanicus. It's simply that they may take it more literally, but both perspectives stand for either the Iron Hands motto or equally to the Mechanicus, because while the Mechanicus may also say that the flesh is weak, for them this is certainly at a more practical and primary reasoning, because they see biological forms as extremely fragile, easily damaged. Thus, they seek to prevent this and ensure the knowledge of an individual and their experience can be preserved, as they see this as the most important thing above all others. To this end, they can understand that their machine god has provided them with both the knowledge and technological capability to prevent its loss, and this is one of the reasons why the Mechanicus are over time seen to heavily augment themselves. Plus, it carries the additional ritualistic benefit of bringing them closer to the machine god, as they steadily augment themselves, becoming more machine than biological. It's why those most senior members of the Mechanicus can accurately be described as barely being human at all. For those among the cult Mechanicus, their physical form embodies all their philosophical and religious understandings. To become less human, more machine, is highly symbolic for them, and it represents their ascension in becoming a more perfect form, not just practically or literally, but also metaphysically. In the contemporary Imperium of M41, the Mechanicus homeworld of Mars stands as the ultimate forge world for the Adeptus Mechanicus. Its immense factory hives exist now to produce the bulk of equipment used in the Imperium. The vast orbital ring that surrounds the equatorial line of Mars is used as an orbital manufactorum that spins around the planet. Fleet starships and all manner of space construction emerge from these huge floating docks, while other vessels from all over the Imperium visit what is thought to be one of, if not the largest, man-made objects in the entire galaxy. On the surface below, and now obscured by millennia's worth of construction, the lower levels of the sprawling factory cities of Mars are supposedly the sites of where the first hive cities originated. Some of these are complete ruins, while others have been repurposed by consistent generations of development, while lower levels and disused districts become ghost towns with skeleton structures. Mars exists as a curious contrast of new towers of plasteel and even crystalline advanced materials punctuated with abandoned, heavily decayed industrial areas shrouded in perpetual fog, where the wastelands cover vast parts of the sprawling cities that are as large as entire continents. As I covered in the Rise and Fall of the Mechanicum video years ago, the origins of the tech priests have been passed on to new generations through their data stacks and illuminated hollow scrolls, but rock-solid evidence of just what occurred during the fall and subsequent rise is fragmentary and conflicting. Their most ancient records suggest a long-forgotten age of technological marvels that could barely be imagined, let alone equalled in later millennia. This time is of course referred to by the Imperium and the Mechanicus archaeohistorians as the Dark Age of technology. These same records indicate that Mars was supposedly the first planet to be terraformed in this age, and to do so of course would have been an immense feat of technology, only possible during the height of humanity's achievements, and saw the famously red planet acquire a breathable atmosphere, its sterile desert landscape made fertile by the titanic technological prowess of humanity's zenith age of technology. As the tech priests tell it from their own records though, agriculture was never something significant to early Mars, for its true wealth lay beneath the surface in the form of gems, dense mineral deposits and ore, and this was one of the reasons why it became such a technology and fabrication hub for humanity in its era of galactic colonization. Later studies upon the oldest structures on Mars demonstrated that cities spread rapidly across the planet, transforming it into the first human hive world. All those great achievements would collapse almost overnight in the scale of the greater timeline of human history though, because when the Age of Strife descended upon a human galactic civilization already struggling to salvage what it could from nearly destroying itself in one of its most devastating wars, humanity went beyond a brink it could never recover from, and nearly all that had been gained was lost, leaving Mars and all other human colonies blanketed by an age of darkness that human civilization would not emerge from until some 5,000 years later. Just as everywhere, Mars fell into a state of complete collapse racked by warp horrors and storms that rendered interstellar travel almost impossible. This meant extreme isolation, which in turn caused a complete collapse in communication and interstellar trade networks. Being some of the oldest and most developed worlds, both Earth and Mars were able to handle this disaster somewhat reasonably at first, but in fairly short order it said that they even turned upon each other in a desperate battle for resources that they had both long ago seen as being no longer necessary as a priority. Such was their faith in human dominance over basic needs, where technology and the stability of their galactic trade systems seemed indomitable. And I think in that context, it's always important to remember that humanity during the Golden Age was so far advanced that individual worlds were incomparable to anything we would understand, and as such many key resources were entirely imported, and that might seem reckless and foolish to ourselves, but humanity of the Golden Age was, by all measures, vastly advanced, to the point where the very idea of basic requirements for survival, such as food and water, had apparently been barely a thought worthy of consideration, because they held an almost unbreakable confidence in themselves and their mastery of technology. And for good reason. At this time, humanity was, by all accounts, the most powerful civilization in the entire galaxy. It simply did not anticipate being hit with two massive disasters that were so extreme they brought humanity to the very brink of total extinction. As I have talked about before, when a collapse comes, it can happen fast, and the depths of a fall can be significant, especially in a highly compartmentalized technology-based civilization. This was the case for much of humanity in this time, and it meant that in the aftermath, all that were left were a few highly capable people who would somehow pass something of their knowledge on through generations. But the rest of humankind devolved into what is often called techno-barbarism, effectively some bizarre death race apocalypse cyberpunk era, which sounds awesome. I think we'd all like to hear a lot more about that humanity from this time period. But of course, such destruction means that any records from the dark age of technology are meant to be extremely sparse, and historical records from the apocalyptic age of strife almost unheard of. What we do know only comes from the very tail end of this period, seen around Terra itself, as the Emperor and his followers and forces began to emerge. During the collapse on Mars then, just like many thousands of other worlds, factions formed quickly, realizing the need to now urgently compete for resources and scavenge materials. Incidentally, there's nothing specific to suggest this, but I feel that in this time there's nothing which specifically points to all humans on Mars needing to be experts in technology. Yes, the planet was focused on technological production as we understand it, but Mars in this terraformed state, combined with the very different nature of humanity at this time, allows us to at least speculate that the population could have been quite diverse in its social stratification. So could the reasons as to why people were living there. Not to mention that in the highly advanced age of technology, it's often believed that humans by and large had risen above the need to actually understand and be capable of producing or maintaining some of their most advanced technology. Likely this was left to the STC, AI, or other products of genetic engineering. Again, highly speculative though, as we have almost no information about this period, but I believe this is very reasonably plausible. This is only important in how it paints a picture for us during the collapse, because although after this time Mars would emerge as a world with a populace wholly dedicated to not just technology and the archival storing of human knowledge, but an actual worship of machines and technology. I've often felt that sometimes people assume this was already largely the case on Mars prior to its catastrophic apocalypse, and my feeling is that that's just not the case, but who can say for sure? The reason why I feel this though is because from the way the tech priests would tell it, society imploded, and this led to the typically barbaric warlord domination over geographic territories. But more importantly, technology and how to maintain or operate it was seemingly very quickly lost. And that to me points to the fact that only a smaller number of individuals of the entire population actually understood such things, which aligns with what we know of humanity in its golden age, or indeed any highly advanced society, even our own right now to a degree, whereby you have highly compartmentalized specialists in a role, and without them things go very bad very quickly.
That's true.
It would be like if we suddenly had a massive global apocalypse ourselves, and sorry, I know last time I said that it actually happened, but imagine if 90% of the world's scientists and engineers suddenly disappeared. The pool of people able to maintain highly complex critical infrastructure would be severely diminished, to a point it would cause widespread malfunctions and destructive events, not to mention limiting their benefits to whatever populace remained, because quite simply all the people who would be there to support those systems ordinarily would just be gone. In the specific case of Mars, it had additional concerns because their atmospheric radiation shielding was lost in the spiraling devastation, causing the planet to be scoured by severe solar radiation, which additionally killed or heavily damaged the DNA of large swaths of the population, as well as obliterating any remaining fertile ground and flora. The survivors who had until then been fighting an above-ground battle for territory and resources, were forced underground into the forges to escape the damaging effects of the radiation, which led to a cult-like importance being placed upon the expert technicians of Mars. Now, however this played out in actuality, the way it's told from the perspective of the Mechanicus is one of selfless devotion to maintaining essential systems and rising above the anarchy that had consumed the world. Science quickly shifted to becoming so important that it was a central devoted cause to their very existence, and in time this community of survivors emerged as the most powerful on Mars, science becoming worshipped in their cult-like group, and eventually the so-called cult of the machine god would emerge. Its leadership and highest ranking members were all expert techs who had enabled the survival of their followers. These surviving Dark Age techs would become known as tech priests, which over time only further refined and expanded their cult religion that worships technology and their machine god, which they see as the supreme source of all knowledge. It's possible that due to the severe damage of the solar radiation, this was what initially caused them to begin replacing their body parts with mechanical artificial alternatives, and it was this practical necessity that was then later expanded upon philosophically and symbolically to be developed into the religious belief of the cult that the worth of a single man is only the sum of his knowledge, meaning his body is simply an organic vessel, a machine capable of preserving intellect, but for a limited period. Given the situation faced by the humans who were trying to cling on to their very survival, the origins of the cult of the machine seem obvious. There is also the issue of potential proximity to the entity known as the Void Dragon, who lies deep beneath the surface of Mars. But just how involved this being was on the initial rise of the cult is unknown, but it at least appears to have had some influence on the cult and its origins. This was an extremely difficult period of survival for any who had managed not to be horribly scoured by the solar assault upon the surface, let alone the later struggle for resources below the surface, where rampaging groups of mutants, gangs, marauders who would assault those who were attempting to build something more civilized continuously. For the worshippers of the machine god, this was not expected, and its tech priests would make high-risk expeditions to the destroyed ruins of hive spores, attempting to then recover valuable technology whilst it was still serviceable. They restored oxygen recyclers and moisture traps, food processors, and all the things including weaponry they needed to survive. Their success though, of course, only brought many more to their doors seeking refuge, but the cult only had limited capacity, spread across its various enclaves, and this meant that only true worshippers of the machine god would be accepted. This undoubtedly led to a highly concentrated group of followers who were both motivated and defensive of the cult of the machine, which obviously had the consequence of only increasing the strength of belief and worship within the cult's followers. Eventually, as the most powerful and likely only surviving of these underground groups, the followers of the cult of the machine would become the dominant rulers in this time, and they would become known hereafter as the Cult Mechanicus of Mars. The tech priests of this religion devoted themselves to the divine trinity of the machine god, the omniscire, and the motive force, which is, according to their dogma, the source of all power and life in the galaxy. They would rise once again to build the first of their temples, including what would become the Temple of All Knowledge. Housed within this temple's plasteel shell, shining pistons hold the mile-high vaulted ceiling, which can be raised and lowered to alter its acoustic properties and thereby able to accentuate the hymns and praise sung to the machine god. The high altar within takes the form of a vast database containing the cumulative knowledge of the tech priests, and even in M41, every new discovery is committed to this high altar. Every temple on Mars and throughout the Forge Worlds is connected to the altar by means of a living transmat link, a psychic servitor whose mind co-joins all altars of the Cult Mechanicus into one holy machine entity. When the tech priests began construction of these temples, they also began to lay the foundations for what they envisaged as being the essential military arm of their cult. This would take the form of standard military units, infantry, armour, and so on. But the tech priests also constructed immense war machines capable of functioning in the defence or assault of entire planets, the Titan Legions. Now, just as with all information about this time, the exact origin of the Titans is shrouded in the opaque mists of apocalyptic history. Some maintain that the tech priests themselves fashioned the Titans out of the remnants of destroyed technology from the Dark Age, others that they had STC patterns to work with. The truth of it all is difficult to say, and it likely falls somewhere in between. Titans appear to have existed from before the Age of Strife, and so it's possible they were at one time one of the immense weapons used during the Dark Age of technology. We know humans of this time had the ability to integrate and connect themselves directly with its AI in something of a linked consciousness. We have seen evidence for shared integration in the conversations some members of the Mechanicus have stumbled upon as well, and all of this aligns with the constructions we know of Knights and Titans through their throne mechanisms, which enables the Princeps to pilot Titans and the Knight pilots and so on. So it all points to technology of the Dark Age, and that the Mechanicus likely restored and repurposed this, likely not with the level of efficiency or power as was seen in the Golden Age for humanity. But for the tech priests, Titans were now more than simply a very powerful machine. They were an aspect of the machine god itself, a holy creation of technology, and to be part of a crew aboard a Titan is to serve the machine god. For a tech priest, it is one of the greatest roles they can perform. But it would still be many centuries, if not millennia, before any other humans outside of Mars itself would hear that title, as they first needed to restore themselves to a strength capable of reclaiming surface facilities, and then reaching out and repairing the orbital shipyards. This was no simple task either. Still, more centuries would pass before even the first of any of those ships could depart on their grand quest. In this time, they had long studied Old Earth and were appalled by the destruction unleashed there. The planet itself had been almost completely destroyed, and instead the cult Mechanicus decided they should focus upon the wider galaxy, estimating there would be worlds out there which should have retained more technology from the Dark Age. The tech priests had studied the warp phenomena for the longest time, attempting to understand their energy patterns, and at least in a fairly rudimentary way, they were able to predict when the storms were going to be weaker or stronger, and thus they speculated sending out expeditions when the warp storms were at their weakest should be feasible. Steadily, the cult Mechanicus would attempt its quest for knowledge, which also doubled in reconnecting with humanity. They sent out many Ark fleets, most of which contained full Titan legions, whilst still in the period known as the Age of Strife. Many would be lost in the extreme turbulence of the warp, but others successfully established colonies that would become new Forge Worlds, protected by their immense Titan legions, which would become essential not just for the immediate time, but later for the survival of humanity long into the future. No matter the worlds they found themselves upon, the tech priests of Mars knew their mission was clear: to secure in the name of their faith all knowledge, and that this quest could be justified by any means or cost. What the tech priests discovered as they ventured into the galaxy was disturbing. The Eldar that humanity had once known as a refined and respectable people had devolved into extremely disturbing behaviours and were now immensely hostile. Similarly, other aliens such as the Orcs were now running unchecked and assaulting any world or ships they encountered. Worse still, they found that many human worlds had fared little better than Earth itself and had collapsed completely in terms of technology. In their place were often states of governance that resembled feudal systems. While some of these were barbaric and ignorant, reveling in the very worst vices and traits of human history, others were overseen by aristocratic nobles who not only welcomed the tech priests, but also who shared heritage with their powerful knight suits, which resembled small-scale titans in many ways. The tech priests would often found new forge worlds on planets that were mineral-rich, where they could easily build industry and forges. Often, these would have proximity to a knight world so that they could both share in the stability, trade and production support that they could offer one another. And this mutual dependency was greatly beneficial for all concerned, given the instability of the galaxy at that time. Over millennia, both Knight and Forge worlds became more powerful, and often you would see a Forge world with multiple Knight worlds in a system being supported by it. They shared not only technology, but a steady increase in the sophistication of their societies. Forge worlds were also to remain in contact with one another, and even periodically message would be received on Mars of the progress being made out in the wider galaxy by Forge worlds. All of the data being downloaded into their grand altars of knowledge. So it's another scenario where I would venture the question, was the Emperor and his grand plan ultimately necessary? Because the tech priests were actually doing quite well and had easily the capability to continue their expansion, connecting with other worlds that had survived the Age of Strife without the discriminating extermination and subjugation that came later with the Emperor's Great Crusade. Speaking of which, One of the final and most important developments for the emergence of the cult of the machine, the cult Mechanicus, and Mars was of course the arrival of the
Emperor was
Omnissiah.
unnecessary.
On Terra it was the time of unification, and out of the ruined apocalypse, a figure had emerged known only as the Emperor. This individual seemed to have achieved the impossible, uniting the warring tribes of the ancient homeworld. Mars had always kept a close eye on Terra, not least because it had been easy pickings for scavenging Dark Age technology for centuries, but the leadership of Mars had received unusually communication that this figure of the Emperor wanted to make contact, even visit with them. Intense debate followed about who this being was and how they should receive him on Mars. For many within the cult, the ability and knowledge of the Emperor that he had demonstrated in achieving the conquest of Earth was surely proof that he was a representative of the machine god. Still, others contended that he was in fact the divine intellect that they had prophesied as the Omnissiah. But the cult was divided. Some members would not accept a vague declaration of this Emperor as the Omnissiah, and the divisions became heated, even going so far as to see a small coup attempt by senior tech priests, but which gained little support and was quickly put down. Why did the cult Mechanicus view the Emperor as a deity figure at all though? And why not just another successful warlord of old Earth? Well, it comes down to his ability to display understanding and manipulation of technology. Because for the tech priests, knowledge is the supreme manifestation of divinity. All creatures and artifacts that embody knowledge are holy. For them, the Emperor himself was clearly the supreme object of this worship, and so they viewed him as being the Omnissiah because of his seemingly limitless knowledge of technology and ability to apparently fix things just by a touch. Such references point perhaps again to what we know from the advanced systems of the Golden Age, that they may well have had systems that operated to some degree with biointegration far beyond our comprehension. But whatever the Emperor actually is, he certainly exists as a technological genius who passed through the Golden Age and could have had access or experience to this advanced technology. The fires of combat were still burning in the manufactories when the Fabricator General and the Emperor signed the Treaty of Mars to formally ally their two empires and guarantee sovereignty to each. Under the terms of the treaty, the Mechanicum now undertook to supply weapons, ships and war machines necessary
so
for
the
the Great
Mechanicum
Crusade
are the people
and
that
for the
agreed
defense
with
of the
him.
burgeoning Imperium. In exchange, they demanded that the Emperor's forces turn over to them
But the
all of
people
the
that didn't
technologies
don't
they
follow
had
him.
so far discovered. As we enter into the final days of critical development in Martian history, the designation of Mechanicum or Mechanicus is one that I always feel I have to note, as it so often is misunderstood and misused, but it is really very simple. Until the dark period of the Horus Heresy, the tech priests of Mars were known as the Mechanicum, but their religion itself that had originated before this time is the cult Mechanicus. During the heresy, the Mechanicum was riven by the division of loyalties with its leader siding with Horus, and many Forge Worlds did not align with the traitors who believed a new age of freedom would lie with the War Master's vision for humanity. And so there was often an exodus of Mechanicum tech priests to Terra itself, and they would eventually assign themselves a new leader in this time and develop a new designation of the Adeptus Mechanicus. It was an extremely painful time for the refugees of Mars, for they had to watch as vast resources were pitted against the traitors in the defense of Terra, but not in the liberation of Mars itself. Eventually, of course, the planet would be retaken and the traitors driven off into the Eye of Terror. Many members of the Mechanicum survived there and would become what is known as the Dark Mechanicum. But significant damage had been caused, and incalculable quantities of human knowledge were lost once again in this time. This, though, is the simple difference between the naming conventions of Mechanicum and Mechanicus. One is before the split during the heresy, and the other is post-heresy when it would become the Adeptus Mechanicus. It's really as simple as that.
Wow.
Ever since they emerged from the ashes of Mars, the cult Mechanicus and the tech priests have forged their armies, never wishing to see the devastation that was wrought upon Mars during the onset of the Age of Strife occur again. And moreover, with their new faith in the machine god, they would protect all knowledge at any cost. Protection, of course, meant military power, and throughout the millennia, they have emerged as an immensely powerful faction alongside the Imperium, wielding not just the knights and titans, but entire armies of infantry consisting of units such as the Skitarii, battle servitors, even their hulking robot constructions, which often seem very suspect in the eyes of the non-Mechanicus. The origins of some of these technological marvels is not something readily revealed, because unlike the Imperium, who have a habit of documenting every single thing that occurs in their entire history, including the origins of units all across the galaxy, the Mechanicus tend to keep their cards closer to their chest. They keep things far more on a needs-to-know basis. Their base infantry, the Skitarii for example, their creation remains a guarded secret among the Mechanicus. It's believed that some are vat-grown or cloned, something which we have learned previously in the case of Krieg is very much frowned upon outside of the Mechanicus, but within their own walls an entirely different matter apparently. Other unfortunate recruits for the Skitarii may be drafted from mind-wiped convicts or warriors handed over as punishment for failure or desertion. Regardless of their origin, all will discover a newfound fanatical faith in the Omnissiah, whether they want to or not. The exact process of Skitarii creation is not widely documented, likely for good reason, but it's fair to assume it's comparable to that of servitors, which is a pretty harrowing production line of body sterilization, chemical scouring, and full augmentation. Visibly, they have pallid bodies of puckered flesh and roughly sutured cybernetics, which is again suggestive of a production line creation process. They'll also be augmented with ceramic valves and adamantium sockets, studded into hard knots of translucent muscle. In tribute to the ancestor cohorts that first ground their limbs to stumps upon the dunes of Mars, Skitarii lower legs are removed to be replaced with alloy prosthesis. Their brains will also be augmented to a mesh of organic and twisting neurocircuitry, but any who would look for consistency in Skitarii augmentations would be sorely disappointed. Despite the apparently heavily processed production of Skitarii, they also appear strangely individual, suggesting they are less universal and more stitched together from whatever remnant materials happen to be at hand. Thus you may find a Skitarii with a punch card skull slot, leather bellows for lungs, but also outfitted with quantum bioware in their brain. It remains an open question about the origin of materials used for producing new Skitarii, but one speculative theory is that recovered dead are then dissected for usable component parts before being recycled into new Skitarii. The theory is plausible and certainly in line with the tech priest's lack of empathy toward organic humans. The Skitarii are a highly efficient infantry for the Mechanicus, both functional and effective en masse, but for obvious reasons never treated as valuable individuals even by any tech priests that repair them with whatever spare parts are just to hand. They are, to the Mechanicus, extremely disposable and will often be sent against horrifyingly dangerous objectives, but despite all that is thrown against them, a few clades have always somehow managed to distinguish themselves, and even if their deeds and heroic efforts are not recognised by their masters, they will often at least be made note of by their enemy. Tech priests themselves are not fearful of leading from the front, and can in fact be extremely fierce combatants, often surprisingly underestimated by their opponents. Perhaps because they're very often merely a component element of, say, a Militarum force or stationed aboard ships of the Imperial Navy, but when they're fighting on the battlefield amid an entire force of Mechanicus, this is an entirely different situation. Because whilst the soldiers of the Imperial Guard may see a tech priest as a powerful, mysterious figure, one to perhaps be given some distance and quiet awe, within the Mechanicus itself, they're just another component of the battlefield force. These tech priests are known as engine seers, and will usually take on a more general role, either managing the servitors or providing technical support with other Mechanicus hardware. They engage in battlefield repairs, rouse machine spirits to wrath, and they're also clad, perhaps surprisingly, in sanctified power armor, allowing them to weather the storm of war while maintaining critical systems. In combat alone though, any tech priest can be a fearsome opponent, wielding their cog-tooth power axes and flailing robotic mechadendrites that are fused to their spine. These can act as anchors in combat to stab, impale or lacerate enemies, or more practically to snake out to repair damaged vehicles. They'll often also be accompanied by a retinue of servitors to assist in repairing works and to provide some measure of additional bodyguard protection. Another battlefield tech priest is known as the Dominus, and they are far more focused on combat itself than the Engiseer tech priests. A Dominus rank is only bestowed upon those of the cult Mechanicus who have a penchant and demonstrated a talent for war. No matter their individual discipline, they have one thing in common. They're experts in commanding and fighting on the battlefields of the dark future. They see the battlefield as a massive data display, accuracy of units, remaining power of power packs, critical losses incurred and scored, trajectories of shots fired. They feast on data and cerebrostimulants, allowing them to coordinate frontline tactics and scream war psalms from their vox arrays, all while tearing through enemy themselves, just as willing to fight alongside any of their own infantry units. More terrifying to an enemy who use heavy armour can be a Dominus's ability to scramble and destroy their machine spirit, or whatever Xenos equivalent their battlefield hardware may use. They also are often seen to personally adapt and augment their already formidable personal weaponry, with the tech priest Dominus often seen to be carrying war relics of refined fabrication and sometimes technology that cannot be fathomed by mere mortals, demonstrating extraordinary feats of destruction in the eyes of their allies. There are also the tech priests known as the cybernetic data smiths. These are specialists which program the powerful Castellan robots of the Legio Cybernetica. Since the aftermath of the heresy, the Legio Cybernetica robots have been controlled completely by their masters, for the Mechanicum constructs of this era ultimately would prove disastrous, and a firm example of why experimentation in replicating the achievements of the Dark Age of technology were perhaps best left consigned to history in the eyes of the cult. The Castellan robots used by the Mechanicus now are ordered by sanctified Doctrina wafers, fusions of biomatter and nanoelectronics that are even shorter supply than the physical robot constructs themselves. These wetware slivers are entrusted to tech priests who are designated as these Cybernetica datasmiths. When inserted by the tech priest, the command wafers protocol dictates their behavior, usually with a fairly straightforward procedure to destroy the enemy. The use of robots by the Mechanicus is a powerful but also comical affair. Such is their fear of rogue machines that in order to change the commands of any robot, it's an absurdly impractical situation, because it requires the robot's Doctrina wafer to be physically removed, with a new command sequence then replacing it. Perhaps worse and more comical, should a maniple of robots find itself in battle without their tech priest datasmith, they'll continue to operate under their last Doctrina protocol until it either runs out of power or is destroyed. So quite literally, killbots. The Mechanicus seem to accept this absurd situation as the trade-off for robot killing power because apparently it's worth the hassle. If only they could create robots that had a simple return to base shutdown command embedded into their protocols. But these are advancements one can only dream about. The Castellan robots themselves are truly a sight to behold on the battlefield. They stand at nearly twice the height of an Astartes and are designed to take a significant amount of hits before they can be felled, while delivering powerful ranged and close combat ability. Likely one of the reasons the Mechanicus are so fearful of using these automata in battle is that they are believed to be at least partially based or even scavenged upon the ancient robots prior to the onset of the Age of Strife. It's unknown exactly how these machines fit into the picture that saw humanity's great fall, but it's not information the Mechanicus are active in sharing. They contain much from this age though, as their heavy armour combined with rarely seen repulsor grid shields that are able to mitigate all but the heaviest of incoming fire demonstrates this. The robots are often outfitted with powerful weapons such as combustors which rain down promethium on an enemy. They can maul their foes with heavy wrecking ball-like powered fists or use heavy phosphor blasters to chemically burn and incinerate their enemy. Now, an interesting tangent, a small word about phosphor weaponry, or phosphex, because it's something almost uniquely used by the Mechanicus, like their rad weaponry as well. The Militarum and the Astartes no longer use it, and it was more commonly known by the title of phosphex during the heresy era. Phosphor is now its contemporary, slightly less intense equivalent. And the Mechanicus have a habit of using weaponry that is inimical to organic life, including their equipping of the Skitarii with, as I said, rad weaponry, something no other force in the Imperium is known to do now, for obvious reasons, because it poisons and kills the Skitarii vanguard which carry them. So similarly, just as radiation weapons, the phosphex were effectively outlawed post-heresy. And I say effectively because there's no official decree to that effect. Usually it was more of a discretionary decision, where other weapons may serve a purpose, but without the collateral or potentially enduring destructive effects. Although that in itself adds another point of intrigue for me, as I always find it somewhat comical when a piece of weaponry used by the Imperium is deemed as being too much. In the aftermath of something like the heresy, the rollout of the Inquisition, and the enemies that the Imperium would then subsequently face, these seem perfect targets or users for weapons that would be a little bit too spicy. I can imagine many an Imperial Guardsman would relish the opportunity to have retained a few Phosphax artillery shells when facing a Tyranid or Orc Horde tsunami, even despite their extremely hazardous nature. Similarly, Astartes when facing devastating numbers of enemy. From my perspective, I actually find this genuinely to be a little jarring, because apparently Exterminatus is fine, heavy weapon shells containing acid, that's also fine, Titan weapons that literally fire shells made of Exterminatus, fine, but limited localized radiation poisoning, chemical fires that are difficult to put out, apparently this is not okay. It just seems a bit of a fuss about nothing in the grand scheme of things, and these are the kind of nitpicky rationalizations that I always get hung up on, because like I said, it's just a bit jarring, it goes against the grain. Still, that's what happened when it came to Phosphex, as it was a horrifying weapon, but moreover it was just practically annoying apparently, because Phosphex was an incendiary weapon that would usually take the form of a bomb or artillery shell containing this corrosive, sticky, toxic, flammable compound that had all the consequences implied by those descriptions, with the added irritation of being, as we said, nearly impossible to extinguish with anything other than, say, exposure to a vacuum. Phosphex would expand on impact into the air, becoming a seething liquid mist which seems not immediately harmful but then adheres to an enemy, beginning to burn white hot with an eerie white-green or white-blue flame which is said to have been seemingly attracted to movement. Admittedly, this material is truly a horrific weapon, as whatever it comes into contact with, it then has this chemical effect of burning white hot, easily eating through metal and of course relentlessly through living tissue. It deserves to be on a weapons list in the future because it's like being draped in a thin blanket or latex covering of white hot liquid metal for the victim. Complete sensory overload as the body is burned to ash in an intense implosion of chemical heat. It certainly ranks as one of the most disgusting weapons used by the Imperium. Others such as the Dark Angels are also known to use this weapon during the Crusade and Heresy, and it was said to be capable of being deployed in shells that quickly rendered entire infantry formations to ashes. So why does the Mechanicus in M41 use this material of phosphor in their Castellan robots and not Phosphex? Apparently because early in M40, a rogue tech priest known as Viriliad witnessed the horrific aftermath of a battle known as the Cremation of Alcadia Secundus, and for the somewhat implausible reason of having a moral quandary, he eliminated the Adeptus Mechanicus' ability to make Phosphex weaponry by destroying its then lone remaining STC database that had survived some 10,000 years and was still in existence for the substance's creation. He of course would be executed using the now uniquely powerful Phosphex pistol Phosphenix, burned by the same chemical horror that he had removed from the galaxy. But in a prime example of the difficulties for the Mechanicus, they've never been able to replicate now this nightmare weapon, only producing the much less impressive Phosphor weaponry. Still, while it's not comparable with Phosphex, one would still prefer not to be on the receiving end of it, as the effect is much the same, an intense burning chemical which causes a considerably horrible death. Its use has only been retained by the Mechanicus, which in itself speaks volumes. Electro priests are one of the strangest subsects of the Mechanicus. They worship one of the three holy trinities of the cult, the motive force, the holy transference of data and instruction down through the stratified ranks of the Mechanicus. At its most plain, motive force is as it sounds. The electricity and electromagnetic energy we see in all living things that powers and gives them life. But the Mechanicus actually see the motive force as one of their three core deities, along with the machine god and the omnisire. In the early days of the Mechanicum, the electro priests were the most devoted followers of the motive force. In the days of their inception, however, they were divided by a religious schism between the two groups known as the Corpus Cari and the Fulgurites. Essentially, the difference emerged based around the fact that the Corpus Cari focused their worship upon the machine god, believing his light should be brought to illuminate all, and mounted crusades to champion their cause, whereas the Fulgurites were horrified, for they are highly protective of the motive force, believing their god's favour to be finite. In their eyes, excuse the pun, Mechanicus players will get it, the Corpus Cari was simply wasting the power imbued to them by the machine god. This caused among the electro priests a period known as the Conduit Wars, and even in M41, Mars's surface remains scorched by the battles waged by the worshippers of the motive force. By M41, it seems clear, and many Electro Priests agree, this conflict will likely never truly be resolved. Electro Priests are capable of channeling energy through anything they touch. Cybernetic grafts in their nervous system allow them to channel electrical energy through their copper-etched palms, the charge building quickly as the Electro Priest works themselves into an ecstatic frenzy. At the height of their religious mania, the truly devout can destroy enemies of the machine god with bolts of living lightning, or in the case of the Fulgurites, drain their life energy. Disturbingly, they can even suck the bioelectricity from living creatures, drawing it out in one great draft and harnessing it within their core capacitors, so that the same energy can later power the holy instead of the heretic. By contrast, the Corpuscari are far more proactive in their use of electrical force. They throw out terrifying jagged bolts of the machine god's wrath into their foes. Enemy, struck by these sacred energies for a brief moment before death, see the light, their violent full-body spasms shaking them apart while they burn from the inside out. Every one of the Omnissiah's worshippers is fitted with small identifier plates and information wafers located below the skin's surface, which can only be accessed by senior tech priests. These are known as Electu. In the case of the Electro Priests, their Electu are so extensive they cover their entire nervous system. Even servitors and robots are blessed with their own form of Electu to designate who they belong to, as much as the religious reasons. In times of battle, an entire procession of Mechanicus followers can have their Electus remotely set to respond to the same canticles and invocations, enabling the leaders of the cult Mechanicus to fill their entire cybernetic congregations with the divine ability to destroy their enemy with living lightning, piston-driven fists, or the blinding light of the Omnissiah's truth. And to explain my earlier pun, all Electro Priests do not see in a conventional sense. This is because the channeling of sacred motive force boils their eyes right from their sockets, an event usually in their first experimentation with their new powers, and it is known as the Omnissiah's Tears. Electro Priests, though, need no eyes to see, for they can sense the electromagnetic signatures of all around them. They perceive the world differently, and their vision is that of the motive force visualized for them. Electro Priests see ordinary living beings as dim ghosts of electric force, something that they can easily change by illuminating them into blazing vessels for the motive force, that they might for a moment stand in the light of the Omnissiah. Tech Priest Dominus are known for commanding powerful Mechanicus assets in battle, one of those being Cataphron battle servitors. Servitors upon Forge Worlds can number anywhere from tens of millions up to hundreds of millions, and these, generally speaking, can be sourced from vat-grown humans, or when numbers are needed, criminals and gang members committed to a life sentence as a servitor, lobotomized and turned into essentially a cyborg in service of the Mechanicus or the Imperium. But when an individual of significantly impressive physical bulk is captured by the Adeptus Arbites, they will often be marked for conversion to a Cataphron servitor. While vat-grown servitors have their place, it was found that battle servitors require more of the aggression found in humans to be successfully meshed with their constructs. Cataphron are usually severed at the waist and meshed into a tracked, heavily armoured sarcophagus of sorts, to which they will remain until destroyed. Their individual survival, of course, is of little importance, as they can easily be reclaimed and produced in significant numbers upon Forge Worlds, thus enabling them to be sent into extremely hostile battle zones with little concern for losses, often catching enemy unaware by approaching with an unexpected aggression. Cataphron servitors, be they a breacher or destroyer, are an immense force on the battlefield. Their singular purpose is destruction, and every enhancement gifted to them is geared for maximum lethality. Were these, say, mere heavy infantry carriers of the Militarum, they would likely be equipped with some feeble projectile weapons. But as part of the Mechanicus, they carry the most lethal weaponry of plasma fire and gravity distortion, capable of crushing and twisting the most heavily armoured enemies into piles of twisted wreckage or molten residual plasma. Sicarian represent the next stage of advancement from the Skitari. Once human, they have now moved far beyond the mortal form and become almost entirely cybernetic. The likes of the Sicarian Ruststalkers, for example, were repurposed from excommunicated Skitari into killclades. Sicarian can also be recovered from battle-damaged Skitarii, literally dragged from the battlefields, having been burned, broken or otherwise shattered by the forces of combat in M41. But these individuals judged suitable for further service are given a second chance and taken back to the Forge laboratories for extensive augmentation. The Magi biologist tech priests require only the cerebral and nervous functions to create a Sicarian, meaning usually the cranial section, spine and perhaps limb connection points and a good portion of the torso are all they need. They'll be salvaged and installed with new slender limbs of shining metal. These are the lucky Skitarii who will be salvaged, installed with new slender limbs of shining metal. And while Rust Stalker Sicarian employ melee focused weapons, the infiltrators, as the name suggests, prefer a stealthier option. The weapons of the Rust Stalker Sicarian emanate an unpleasant, nausea-inducing hum, which when used in battle, sweep a sonic array across a variety of wavelengths until they find the apparent molecular frequency to simply pass through whatever armor, bone, flesh their enemies carry. The results are visceral, as one would expect, and the form of their tools can range from stiletto swift razors to the chawed claw, a needle-fingered gauntlet capable of turning flesh into quivering mulch before the victim even has a chance to attempt to evade engagement and likely even feel anything. Sicarian infiltrators, though, focus on moving close to their prey before opening fire and slashing the enemy to pieces. They infiltrate by overwhelming an enemy's sensory apparatus with stimuli. Voxcasters scream, screens turn to static, but even among living individuals, their disruptive emanations are as effective upon the natural senses as they are artificial. Audible senses are saturated suddenly with high-frequency tinnitus, eyes water and turn red, dulled and blurred by pressure. The taste of burnt metal fills the mouth. Some likely will struggle even to breathe. As their orifices bleed or pour out other fluid, pain crushing all sensory organs, the intended enemy are very often completely disabled by the assault, on their knees or slumped against a wall as the Sicarian infiltrators simply walk into point-blank range and open fire. This specially designed broad-spectrum assault is calibrated by the tech priest sanctioning the dispatch of these terrifying assassin units, and while any Skitarii sent to fight alongside them will be given null codes, which will translate these disruptive frequencies into harmless soft psalms to the Omnissiah's glory. Sicarian infiltrators are seen in the eyes of the Skitarii as blessed wardens against data corruption who fight a selfless war on the front line. To an enemy, facing a Sicarian is a terrifying and very likely final encounter, for they are the barely human agents of death. They show no mercy at any time, only merciless calculating efficiency in completing whatever orders have been encoded to them by their master tech priest. Onager Dune Crawlers are an iconic piece of the Mechanicus arsenal. Originating from ancient Mars, they were crafted as a labouring machine that could easily cross the wastelands of Mars in safety. Its reliability, in part due to its Mars Universal Land Engine, meant it could be easily repurposed for war, and so was refitted with Emanatus force shielding and a considerable arsenal of weapons for its relative size. Their scuttling nature makes them seem like strange predatory insectoid battle machines, and it follows the Mechanicus trend of taking inspiration from organic forms. Crewed by two Skitarii of differing disciplines, the Ranger atop the vehicle uses their skill in range combat to pick apart enemy over distance, while the Vanguard Skitarii within, built for endurance, uses their resilience to harmful energies to be immersed in an amniotic tank, enabling direct and highly responsive communion with the vehicle's machine spirit. While the crew themselves are of course easily replaceable, Dune Crawlers are such a symbolic temple dedicated to the machine god that the construct itself is of far higher value in the eyes of the cult. The final contingents of the Mechanicus arsenal rise in power and stature so significantly they can only really be discussed in other content, for we would move into the realm of knights and titans beyond this point, something that people are of course already reasonably familiar with. These do of course make for a significant contingent in the Mechanicus arsenal though. Specifically in terms of knights, it's worth mentioning that the Mechanicus, when they founded their forge worlds all throughout the galaxy, built strong connections with many night worlds. Often, as noted, you would find multiple night worlds in the same region as a forge world for the relative support that they could provide one another. Tech priests can request knights to support their titan legions or to join explorator fleets. assist missions to seize lost archaeotech, and so on. They'll often be deployed to help in defending key planets, especially endangered forge or resource-rich worlds. In return, they can expect to receive technological resources and gifts from the Mechanicus and their local forge worlds. Knights that align with the Mechanicus are visibly distinct from their Imperial counterparts, for their armour is very often some combination of white, black and red, and they're covered in symbols of the Mechanicus, cogs, skulls and general symbols of the forges they align with. In the past, I have talked about the rise and fall of the Mechanicum. I've talked about their inability to innovate, and through other events we've crossed over into thinking about worlds like Ryza and Zhao or Zhao Arcad, and that some of these forge worlds may have different motivations, even secretly, that they hold towards Mars itself. So when I felt the burning desire to speak about the Mechanicus again, I wondered why I hadn't done this much earlier, and then of course it struck me as to why. Because unlike the Imperium, which has seen massive upheaval and conflict which struck at the very core of its foundation, stability and even continued existence, the Mechanicus has, if you grant some reasonable leeway, not changed significantly since its split during the Heresy and prior to this their original alliance with the Emperor. Yes, senior members of their order have come and gone, struggles have taken place on individual worlds, and the pain of the Imperium and its survival has been shared by the Mechanicus in their symbiotic relationship. But in this time, the goals of the Adeptus Mechanicus have changed little. Their forces often are called to fight alongside the Astra Militarum, the Astartes or any of the other militant forces of the Imperium, but those who charge into war in the name of the Omnissiah, of course, have their own specific objectives to fight for. So in terms of speaking about the Mechanicus, not much really has occurred in an especially significant way. Of course there are always bumps in the road, but nothing cataclysmic. This is largely due to the fact that unlike the Imperium, the Mechanicus post-heresy has remained generally quite focused and united. The Imperium does not interfere or provoke the tech priests much either, because they know that without the Mechanicus, the Imperium would undoubtedly crumble. Equally, it's reasonable for us to consider that because of this vital role the Mechanicus occupy, the two factions have become ever more intertwined, so that by M41, some of the autonomy of the Adeptus Mechanicus has also been eroded. Not to mention the fact that in the aftermath of the Horus Heresy and other Imperium-focused major disruptions, those who serve the Emperor have tightened the reins and paid closer attention to any who may lead us toward another path of chaos and civil war. This means that for Forge worlds, which were always seen as being almost off-limits for the administrative bureaucracy of Terra, they now are subject to inquisitorial scrutiny on a level unthinkable in the earliest days of the Treaty of Mars. The horror of the traitors in the Heresy caused shockwaves that continue to resonate even 10,000 years later among the Mechanicus. Where they were once a strong and united group, there will always now remain a fear of being subjected to accusations of heresy, which has undoubtedly had a chilling effect on the discussion of ideas, and the true knowledge has gradually been replaced by learning through repetition and understanding by dogma. No wonder that any who truly attempt to innovate in the contemporary period are viewed extremely cautiously, even unfavourably. Of course, the tech priests continue to analyse, catalogue and examine every scrap of data and ancient technology they find, but it's a process of ever diminishing returns, and only in very rare cases do they discover a working example of something that can be reproduced, which somewhat seems to go against the grain of their entire religion. Why does not the machine god gift them with a bounty of new knowledge after all? There is no need for true understanding when the machine god can provide all. The decay across 10,000 years to the contemporary Imperium is self-evident. Adeptus Mechanicus replications of 1,000-year-old machines are far inferior and can often be dangerous to their operators. Despite this, perhaps almost incomprehensibly, the cult Mechanicus continues to view any form of innovation with supreme skepticism. Some might even go so far as to suggest that their core goals have slowly been eroded over time, where knowledge of the machine has been supplanted by simple worship of its function. As a result, with the exception of a few notable individuals, there are very few tech priests in the 41st millennium who can approach the technical brilliance of their ancient predecessors. As each century comes to a darkened close, a little more of mankind's accumulated technological lore passes beyond understanding and becomes myth and legend before falling into eternal shadow. While there has remained largely a peace between the Mechanicus and the Imperium, there always remain suspicions between the two about their larger motives and goals when remaining unrevealed to the other. So while becoming closer over time, the tech priests of Mars have always kept humanity at something of an arm's length, and despite the increased scrutiny that has become necessary since the heresy, many clades upon hive worlds exist as being largely closed to all human visitors, which certainly does nothing to assuage any fears about suspect activities or motivations. Forge worlds, similarly, are not just open planets that anyone can decide to just visit out of curiosity, and it's often been demonstrated, as was the case with Riser during the heresy, that Forge worlds retain considerably larger stockpiles of military hardware, sometimes of patterns that were long thought destroyed or even unseen, than are actually officially documented. Which leaves many to wonder about the truth strength of the Mechanicus and the inevitable follow-up question of, and what implications do such secretly hoarded strength suggest? Because while the Space Marine legions were broken into their smaller chapters to prevent too much strength being concentrated in one place, this was not the case for the Mechanicus because of their autonomy. It could of course be very innocent and nothing more than the cult wishing to ensure they can adequately defend their forge worlds in any possible scenario, for they truly fear the loss of knowledge and a repeat of the devastation and catastrophic loss that occurred during the original fall of Mars and then later again in the heresy. But there are almost certainly some within its ranks who would wish to see themselves separated once again, not necessarily to go to war directly against the rest of humanity, but definitely with a new independence that would enable them to choose their own path forward and without being chained to the Imperium. Of course, the reasoning for such ideas, not having seen a stronger uptake among the senior ranks of the tech priests, would likely be due to the fact that the Mechanicus already remains considerably more autonomous than many factions of the Imperium, something it is well aware of, and while true autonomy would bring benefits, it would also increase the probability of potential disasters. For while it continues to retain its own substantial military power, the enemies of the galaxy have only ever increased in the 10,000 years since the heresy, and the Mechanicus leadership understands fully that now would not be the time at all for a fracturing of the two major elements that constitute human civilization in M41. Plus, as things stand, the power wielded by the Mechanicus is already significant. They could, generally speaking, ignore actions they do not see as being mutually beneficial, although in saying this there is always a political cost to bear. Their original treaty with the Emperor continues to bind them significantly to the Imperium, and while some actions may enable them to flex their substantial power, like so much of the diplomacy between factions within the Imperium, this only goes so far. When it comes down to it, the Mechanicus would likely follow in line most of the time with the rest of the Imperium, except in the most extreme circumstances where it would be clear that any subsequent consequences would be heavily counterproductive to the wider goals of the Mechanicus. So, from the earliest days of the cult Mechanicus through to the Indomitus era of M41, the armies of the Adeptus Mechanicus have strode out in defense of their forge worlds and the galactic goals of the Imperium of Mankind. But the Mechanicus are not merely guardians. The tech priests continue to wage aggressive campaigns that see entire systems consumed by war in their ceaseless search for knowledge. The lifelong mission is one they carry out both individually and collectively, and the tech priests refer to this simply as the quest for knowledge. This in itself sounds quite straightforward, but as with most things within the cult, it's more nuanced. For they believe the ability to comprehend and use knowledge is in itself the basis for the measurement of intellect. Their fourth universal law states that intellect is the understanding of knowledge. The point of this observation for the Mechanicus is that the quest for knowledge in and of itself sounds very laudable, yet without the ability to understand the knowledge you have discovered, be it a data archive, holomat, or some other piece of archaeotech, you may be able to appreciate the value of what has been found, that it holds some importance, but without the comprehension to be able to understand it, this does not qualify then as true intellect from the perspective of the tech priests. This is of course though a problem they have encountered all too readily, when data and archive concepts may be discovered and returned to Mars, but they themselves lack the intellect to fully comprehend what it is they have found, making it largely and unfortunately often redundant, despite them being able to appreciate its relative inherent value. The quest for knowledge though can take many forms. Mostly, it's some iteration of the research and exploration of ancient worlds and any located archaeotech, undiscovered fragmented ancient data, bizarre uncatalogued phenomena, lost worlds of humanity since the dark age of technology, and most of all, its ultimate form remains in the pursuit of the ancient near-mythological devices known as STC. Now, I won't drag us through the whole STC system thing too hard today, because we've done that extensively before and I even have an entire video about it. But simply put, STC were created at the height of the dark age of technology when humanity was colonizing the galaxy. They quickly realized that it was very necessary to create a machine capable of holding the sum total of humanity's knowledge and that could enable any colony to weather and deal with any challenge they faced. To solve this critical issue, they developed the STC system, Standard Template Construction. But having a universal database to work from is one thing, but an aspect that has remained confusing about STC is why would hard copy templates exist at all? And that's, as I say, kind of a deep rabbit hole to go into today. I've discussed it at length previously, because STC systems were this vast database of knowledge, and they included all of the most complex theoretical understanding that humanity had achieved. Unfortunately, almost no intact functioning STC has ever been discovered. And if they were, as some were believed to be in the heresy, they were sadly lost or became corrupted. An extremely frustrating fact, because if a functioning STC were to be discovered, it could theoretically propel humanity back to its zenith level of technology, albeit without the heightened level of social and cultural thinking. The problem for the Imperium and Mechanicus is that mainly what colonists needed were fairly straightforward. Tools, industrial equipment, medical and industrial machinery to build and maintain a colony, not empire-defining war machines, or technology that would see humanity able to simply just delete the most powerful enemy constructs at will. What the Mechanicus tend to discover in the ancient ruins of human worlds are referred to confusingly also as STC, Standard Template Constructs, and these are hard copy templates that can be fed into an STC constructor, or seemingly the fabrication plants of the Mechanicus Forge worlds, and it will simply begin then producing that machine design. The problem is that this is obviously extremely limiting and slow in terms of progressing human technology. Thankfully, because the Dark Age of Technology humans were so advanced compared to the Age of the Imperium, any discovery tends to be wildly beneficial. Even equipment used by the colonists for agriculture is powerful enough to often be repurposed as a war machine in M41. The vast majority of common weapons, vehicles and systems in use throughout the Imperium have been faithfully copied from ancient STC information. Where such information exists, it is precious and sacred to its keepers, an artifact that has been passed down over hundreds of generations. A notable example always being Magos Arkan Land, still remembered and celebrated thousands of years after his death for his discovery of a single STC fragment in the 31st millennium. That single fragment yielded construction templates for the famous Land Raider battle tank and Land Speeder aerial attack vehicle, both named in honour of their discoverer, and in other instances the discoverers of an STC that yielded a knife so advanced it was given to the Astartes as their base equipment were gifted an entire world to govern and be named in their honour. So discovering an STC fragment or template is of immense significance for the Mechanicus and Imperium, and very often for Xenos and the enemies of humanity for that matter. Because technology from the Dark Age is so powerful, it's often even coveted by humanity's enemies just as much as it is the Imperium and Mechanicus. So even the slightest rumour of an STC discovery brings a race where multitudes of tech priests and their arc fleets will investigate and often wage war with an entire system to find it. Any resistance is crushed under the full force of the Adeptus Mechanicus with no mention of Imperial authority, because if any kind of STC is discovered by the Imperium, they themselves remain bound by the Treaty of Mars, and technically all must be handed directly to the tech priests. Not that this would stop any unscrupulous planetary governors, rogue traders, and even inquisitors ignoring such technicalities for their own potential gain. While the machine gods served the purposes of the survival cult of Mars in its darkest hour, unifying and focusing the technicians of Mars toward a common goal and later focusing them upon retaining the technology they had, while not wasting resources on endless research and experimentation, was a very constructive aspect of the original cult Mechanicus. But there was, of course, one small problem. It trapped them in an endless cycle of understanding and maintenance that was reinforced largely through repetition, which over millennia has severely limited their actual understanding of the technology held, which has in part consequently led to many considerable losses of major pieces of technology. So in the long run, not so good. And while sometimes words like research get thrown around in relation to the Mechanicus and the Imperium, the idea of true forward thinking, research being conducted by the Mechanicus, is very likely not what people imagine it to be, because actual independent scientific research is at best only a partially accurate framing of what occurs in terms of research conducted by the Mechanicus. Although I will note that this idea of technology research is one of the more flexible, or we might say incorrectly applied concepts within the galaxy of M41. The only real answer to the question, does humanity engage in research for technology in M41, is to say yes, but also no, or a vague maybe. And I will explain why this is such a non-plus answer. The first point is that quite simply the cult Mechanicus, as per its origins, emerged out of a need to preserve and maintain existing technology, not through its creation. That wasn't their urgent need at the time. The tech priests were very undoubtedly more innovative than those in M41, but it doesn't mean they held the understanding of knowledge that would enable the creation of genuinely new technology, plus that was not what they were focused on at the time. They were focused on their raw survival, and when you're focused on something like that, it doesn't give you a lot of time for extra thinking or writing things down necessarily. In fact, this is actually something of an open question itself. We do not know the hierarchy of technology and scientific creation during the Golden Age, the Dark Age of technology. As an example, much of the high-end technology we produce today is only possible due to extremely complex computers and in the future also likely AI. So it's very probable that during the Dark Age of technology, humans have become fairly redundant, and the systems they created may have in fact held higher understandings of the technology than their creators. And then there was an imbalance of power, the classic AI narrative. And this is of course one possibility as to how they then ended up in a downward spiral of war with AI, the Men of Iron. So it's important to remember that the Mechanicum emerged from Mars as the cult Mechanicus, dedicated to preserving the life-giving technology that was literally essential to their survival. And over time, this became a religious cult who saw technology and knowledge as spiritually gifted to humanity, rather than springing from the minds of humans. And that detail is fairly critical, because it makes me ask the question, why didn't the cult Mechanicus become creative and...
Okay, so guys, I'll finish it for now, because I've starting to have like some heart palpitations. I should probably have something to eat. But yeah, if anyone wants to like draw this like good, that would be really cool. Just a quick explanation. So this is Mechanicum, okay? She giggled, but she also mechanical, okay? So she got her hood off. I know, but I mean, like the design, like nice, like good though. Like, you know what I mean, like more polished. Maybe color. That would be really cool. So my hood's off, just so you know. And then this is the hood, and then it goes into like sleeves, like these long sleeves. And then it finishes like at the front, and then there's a sheer like black on top, and a little skirt, and then I've got like these socks on, and I got boots, and this is the Servo Skull Champy. He's very nice. Oh, let me just quickly do something. Just with the ears. So that's Servo Skull Champy with his ears. It's very nice. And they're attached. And then this is that. My ears are mechanical. Okay, I've been replaced by these mechanical parts, and they're heavy, and that's why I'm like, and I got this clover that's been replaced with a mechanical bit, and it's bolted into my head. Yeah, and then yeah, but my ears are pretty heavy. and there's a mechanism at the back that makes my like this. So on the back of my ears. So my ears is like this, like that, right? At the back it looks like this, okay, and then imagine this is like the mechanical bit, and then at the back there's this hinge. There's like these hinges, that are like powered, so it like hinges back and forth to create like so they can move. So it's like got a hinge, so it goes like that. Yeah, so then I can fly. And this is actually helpful because say if I'm working on something and someone comes to be awful to me, then instead, yeah, they squeak a little bit. They squeak a little bit. Yeah, but like say if I gotta get away and flee quickly, I can move my ears very fast, okay, and that make me move really quick. And I can't fly. I can't fly, but I can hover just a little bit because all my stuff's heavy, so I can't really like fly, but I can hover. I can hover these days. I can hover these days, but I can't really fly. Yeah. When I'm a little squeaky. It's just giving me away to some people, but at least I can get away. Yeah. Okay, so there's anti-gravity tech. My boots also let me hover. I got hover boots. So they're really heavy boots, but at the bottom it got like a little bit helped me hover too. At the bottom of my boots helped me hover. Okay. And yeah, so anyway, that's my little outfit. Yeah. Yeah, good. Or you can even get commissions with it if you want. So yeah, I know why. So yeah, that's my little trick I did. I'll upload it to the bread. Hang on. You may wanna crop it. Servo champ is attached at my back. It attaches at my back, kind of above where the tail is. Just above the tailbone. Okay, let me just grab this. Okay. I gotta wait 60 seconds to post. Give me like 60 seconds. I'm not even a phone poster. It's just making me wait for some reason. I'm not phone posting though. Yeah, it could be because it new bread. Or maybe because my internet got turned off and on last night. Could be that. Oh, I didn't post yet. Okay, there we go. Okay. Here we go. I sent it. Okay, put it. You should crop it before you put it in the borrow. Probably. Yeah. But yeah, guys, thanks for coming to the stream today. Sorry, like it's it's more of a yeah, I'll send that to you. It's on my laptop, so I'll pop it in the thread and put it on there. Okay. Anyway, it's a little bit sketchy, but I feel like this is fun just to do a little sketch every now and again. I hope I'm getting a little better at least. But yeah, thank you guys for coming. Thank you. I love you. Okay. And I'll see you guys later. Okay. Thank you very much for coming. Alright. And I'll see you guys tomorrow for the collab. I'm sorry again that I like made a mistake with it, but I still hope this was fun. I'm happy to get some quality time with you guys anyway. Okay. Thank you very much for coming. Alright. I'll put this VOD up on YouTube at some point later. But yeah, anyway, I love you. Oh, for the Steve Irwin stream, I'll probably have that on Monday next week. Just so I can have enough time to do it, because I don't want to like have it rushed, and I thought I would have a little bit. But yeah, I hope that's okay. Anyway, sorry guys. Thank you for coming. I hope you enjoyed today. I'll see you guys later. Goodbye. Wow. Wow. Wow, I'm really a sassy Sally. Rambunctious Rachel. Silly Susie. Crazy Kathy. Naughty Norbert. Pooing Pete. Shade. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, bye. I'll stop being annoying now. Goodbye, everyone.